Good evening, everyone. This is Herb Atchison, the mayor of the city of Westminster, and I'd like to welcome you at this time to our Monday, June 8th, 2020 Westminster City Council and Westminster Economic Development Authority special meeting. At this time, I'd like you to join with me and the others on the call and those of around the country in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, I'd ask the city clerk to please take the roll.
Mayor Atchison.
Here.
Councilor Demont.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Seitz.
Present.
Councilor Seymour.
Here.
Councilor Scully. Here. Councilor Smith.
Present.
And Councilor Bowles.
Here.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Council, as you recall, we have two meetings tonight. We're going to switch out of order and take the Westminster Economic Development Authority special meeting first on the agenda, and then when that work is done, we'll reconvene as the Westminster City Council. For the general public, we will be convening as the Board of Directors for the Westminster Economic Development Authority. The roll has been called. At this point, I'll ask one of the board members for the motion for the minutes of the March 23rd meeting. Ms. Scully.
I move that the Westminster Economic Development Authority approve the minutes of the March 23rd, 2020 as presented.
Okay, have a motion. Do I have a second? Mr. Bowles?
Second the motion.
Okay, all those in favor signify by the word aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing and seeing none, then the minutes of the March 23rd meeting are approved as submitted. First item and the only item on the agenda tonight is the adoption of resolution number 205 for the executive director for authority to execute an amendment and a repurchase option, which we will discuss in a moment. And Mr. Bowles, you have the motion, please.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to adopt resolution number 205, authorizing the executive director of the Westminster Economic Development Authority to execute an amendment to the repurchase option and post-closing agreement with Urban Land Conservancy in substantially the same form as attached for the property located at the northwest corner of West 96th Avenue and Federal Boulevard.
Ms. Scully?
I second.
I have a motion and a second. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Tripp, and you may introduce whoever's going to lead us for us, if you would, please, Don.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My only comment I'd like to make is that sometimes when we do development deals within the city, or any city runs into this, things don't turn out exactly as you'd hope. For whatever reason, downturns in the economy, changes in the ability to close the deal, they don't complete. In this case, that happened, and for years, citizens of Westminster have been driving along Federal Boulevard there at about 95th, and we've had an open piece of land that's a valuable piece of property and could add great value to our community. I want to introduce Jenny Grafton, who under the direction of John Hall, our Economic Development Director, are wholly responsible for getting a deal put together to have some real development happen on that site that not only will be an improvement fundamentally to Federal Boulevard, but also provide opportunities in our community that are a part of council goals. So Jenny, if you would, I'll turn it to you, and I think you have a guest you'd like to introduce also.
Certainly. Thank you, Don. Yes, I would like to introduce, we have with us tonight Aaron Maripol, who is the Executive Director of the Urban Land Conservancy. And I'll turn this over to Aaron in a few minutes to elaborate on the request letter that he sent to council. It was provided with this packet requesting the extension of dates. I did want to call attention to the fact that we developed a little bit more substantial memo than the request necessarily demanded, because we recognized that some time had passed and not all of the current members of council or WIDA had had the benefit of reviewing that. So there's a little more background provided, but really the question tonight is pretty straightforward. Every intention is to move forward with the development of the Holly Park site exactly as was originally proposed. However, we're looking at moving the date out by about a year to allow some things to settle in the market, to allow the developer and the builder, Thrive Home Builders, to check numbers, re-strategize the timing of certain pieces of that. And so with that, I'm here to answer any questions, and as is the applicant, Aaron Maripol.
Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Hi, Aaron, we can hear you.
Hello?
Aaron, you have any comments you'd like to add at this point? Ms. Parker, can you see if he's muted by any chance?
I show his microphone is active, sir, but I am unable to hear him either. One moment.
Hello?
Hi, can you hear us, Aaron?
Yeah, now I can. Everyone went away for a second. So,
All right. At this point, if you have any comments that you'd like to make on behalf of yourself, please go ahead.
Sure. I just wanted to first acknowledge all of you, the city, Jenny, Chase, so many folks on the staff who've been really helpful in working through the process. We have been very engaged. We got to a place where I think we were all in agreement of where price points would be for the home ownership. And so the challenge is, as we got to that point in February, obviously the world changed. And so I know Thrive and Urban Land Conservancy are very motivated in working on this site and moving forward. But because of what's happened with the pandemic, it's given us a time where we have to really look at what kind of financing is going to be available. We're confident that within 6 months we'll be able to start really moving forward on it. But right now it's been obviously a little unstable. So I just want to acknowledge again our motivation in moving forward on this. We staff, ULC staff, and we've invested over $150,000 into the site already. So we're highly motivated to make this a really great community benefit for Westminster. So.
Thanks, Aaron. If you would just stick around, we have a couple of questions that are coming in. And once the
Sure.
council finishes their opportunity, we'll see who has other comments. Mr. Bowles, you had a question.
I did, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. And thank you both for being here. And Ms. Grafton, thank you. You are right. I wasn't around for the entire putting together this deal or this project. So that was very helpful. That was a good detailed background. So I appreciate that. I still have a couple questions. I think it was answered somewhat, but can you expand a little bit on how we go about tracking deed restrictions on these property? Because obviously long-term affordability is the key here.
Sure.
So, you know, Denver, city and county of Denver just not too long ago had a problem with thousands of them. They lost track of them, who were selling them at market rate, and it turns out they shouldn't have. And how will we do that exactly on this project?
Yeah, well, we still envision this to be done through a ground lease. So the land would stay in a ground lease, and then we would have home buyers that would own their home, and they own the improvements. But there would be a 99-year ground lease that would be recorded. So the land is separated out to prevent that loss of affordability. Does that make sense?
Right. Thank you. Yes, it does. Thank you for that.
Okay. And I would just to add, because what the city went through, I do need to, it's very frustrating because we talked to the city many years ago about the importance of ensuring long-term affordability and using a ground lease, and that was not accepted. And to your point, we lost in Denver, they lost over 600 what were, affordable homes, they went to the market or they were foreclosed on. So,
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I just don't want that to happen to this project.
no, we
It's,
don't either. We don't either.
and then I was a little confused about the zoning designation there. So this might be more from Ms. Grafton, but it looks like it was zoned R10, which doesn't exist currently, which would have a density of about 58 units there. We now have residential or R8, which would add up to about 47. Which is it for this particular property? Are we looking at 47 additional units or 58?
So we are trying to proceed with its existing ODP in place and keeping the changes to a minimum, which would then leave that density as it was originally planned at the R10. If the changes through the course of development decisions become more substantial, that could require bringing the ODP to a higher level of review, and we may have to revisit that. But we're planning to try to work within the 58.
Okay,
And
thank you
this
for that
is-
answer. And is this a project, because of the size, 6 acres, this will be an administrative review of the ODP?
So long as the changes are 10% or less. So we'll be working closely with the planning manager and the planning staff in determining if we're within that threshold.
Okay, thank you for that. And then one final question. There obviously are already buildings on that property. How will those current structures, will they be rehabbed and remodeled to resemble the look of the new project, or are they going to be just left as is and make the new stuff look kind of like the old stuff? Or how do we proceed on that, or how would you plan on doing that? Thank you.
Sure. So those are privately owned residences. They're not part of this development deal. Urban Land Conservancy won't be taking them over in any way. That being said, we all feel that it's very important to have them integrated into the new development. And so staff from the city, as well as Urban Land Conservancy and Thrive Home Builders, have met with those existing residents to show them samples of what we anticipate the elevations looking like. They were very well received. Some of them joked as, could we tear down theirs and build them new ones that look like what Thrive is proposing? But we anticipate continuing to try to work very closely with those existing homeowners through the course of construction to minimize disruptions as much as possible. Furthermore, they will have the benefit of some upgraded infrastructure as we work to redo Green Court. We will also be looking at the cul-de-sac that sort of extends into their area and replacing that asphalt. So they will benefit from some improvements.
Well, that's a good answer. Thank you, Ms. Grafton, and thank you both for being here. I like this project a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Sykes?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilor Voles, for those good questions. I did just want to real quick say how pleased I am that this project, even though we're extending the deadline, is still moving forward. I think this gives an opportunity to really supply some of that missing middle, that workforce housing in a for sale capacity that I really think is essential for our housing program. So thank you for everyone involved for your hard work on this, and I am looking forward to voting yes tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions from council? I'm sorry, from the board? All right, seeing none, Ms. Parker, would you please take a roll call?
Sorry, Mayor Atchison,
Yes.
Councilor Demott,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sites,
Yes.
Councilor Seymour,
Yes.
Councilor Scully,
Yes.
Councilor Smith,
Yes.
and Councilor Voles.
Yes.
All right, thank you, board. We appreciate very much your support of resolution 205. Aaron, we appreciate your work and continuing work on this as we move forward, understanding a lot of issues that have come up since February that you had no control over, and we're glad to continue, of course, to move forward this project. Ms. Grafton, thank you, and the rest of the team as well. That concludes all the business of the Westminster Economic Development Authority special meeting for June 8th. At this time, we are adjourned. We will reconvene at this time as the Westminster City Council. We have already had the Pledge of Allegiance, a roll call from the previous meeting will stand. First item on the agenda will be the minutes of the May 18th and June 1st meetings. Mr. Demott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the City Council approve the minutes of the May 18th, 2020 and June 1st, 2020 as presented.
Ms. Scully.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the minutes of the two meetings of June 1st and May 18th are accepted. We have no presentations scheduled for tonight. Ms. Parker, do we have any public comments that were submitted by the deadline this morning?
No, sir, we did not receive any written public comment.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is a report of city officials. Mr. Tripp, if you would, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, Mayor Pro Tem. It's great to be back. I appreciate Barbara Opie, Larry Dorr, Jody Andrews, and the entire team and their support in the past week so I could get a few days away. But it's great to be back in our city. It's a great, safe city and a terrific place to live and to work. During the course of the COVID-19 situation, at different occasions, I've noted the work of many, many employees and the contributions they've made to continue to have a safe and secure community. I can't leave tonight's meeting without making a very specific comment about the events in our nation and the impact that's had on people's feelings of safety. I'm so proud and I feel so great about our local law enforcement agency, our chief, Tim Carlson, his deputies, and the entire workforce. And the way that they've responded to COVID, but the way they've responded to this very unfortunate situation that's happened throughout our country, precipitated by an horrific event in Minneapolis, Minnesota, that is reflective of other times in our country when these things have happened, which we so deeply regret. But the leadership that Chief Tim Carlson has shown in the comments that he made is remarkable, and I appreciate Tim so much for that. And he represents the entire organization. And of course, his leadership through Deputy Opie and having worked also for Deputy Andrews, we're proud to all say that we appointed Tim and then we have a really fine police department, one that is trusted and respected in our community because of their day-to-day behavior, the training, our selection through our human resources department gives us outstanding people that have great training and great equipment. Thanks to you, City Council, who have very generously supported every single thing we've asked for to help our police department be as effective as they can in our community. So I wanted to say that tonight and express that. I do have one request from you. While I was away, there was a conversation that went on amongst you about creating a letter that relates to this Minneapolis and other racial incidents in our country. And there's a draft of that letter that's been sent to you, and you've had various comments. I'd like some direction before we leave the meeting this evening on what you'd like us to do with your letter. It is your letter. The staff drafted something for you to look at and for you to make comment on, but we would like to do whatever you'd like to with that letter and have a decision made on that tonight if it's possible. Thank you, and it's great to be back.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tripp. We'll go ahead and try to deal with the letter since this is now part of the agenda for where you were going to bring it in. Before I open it up for comments, I do want to point out that this council and previous councils have asked staff to become a lot more proactive in responding to issues going around. And in this case, they did that. They've sent a letter out to staff, and sent it to the council and asked for the council's consideration. However, we've had some comments and some concerns raised by some of the council, and we're going to allow them the opportunity to discuss that. Myself, I've reviewed the letter several times. I've looked at some of the comments that have been sent in by other council members, and I am of the opinion for myself that even though there may be some areas in the letter that might be a little bit on the wordy side, I don't see that the content of the letter is at all bad. We've tried to answer a lot of issues going on and responses we've had from the public. But the way it stands right now, I would be supporting of the letter staying the way it is. And again, I appreciate the staff taking that proactive action as we've requested them to do in the past. And I appreciate them taking on this issue because I know it's not an easy one to deal with. Ms. Seitz, I'll start with you first, then I have 2 or 3 others behind you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, City Manager Tripp, for your comments. And I share your appreciation of the leadership that our chief has shown us. So first off, for everyone listening tonight and to all the staff, thank you for joining us. And I think we can all agree this has been a heartbreaking and eye-opening few weeks in America. The loss of George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, in such quick succession sparked and then kindled a fire to fight injustice, one that's made us take a closer look and an uncomfortable look at racial inequality in our country and in our institutions. Their names are the most recent in a list that's too long of Black Americans that have lost their lives, often without consequence. And this sends a chilling and not so subtle message that Black lives are less valuable. The flagrant nature of George Floyd's murder made it impossible to ignore and created a national tipping point in the conversation. Individuals, organizations, corporations, and communities across the U.S. are publicly expressing their outrage in many ways, from participating in protests, donating to organizations that promote racial equality, and issuing statements condemning systemic racism in our country. I would like to join my city manager in thanking our police chief, Tim Carlson, for his powerful statement on behalf of our PD. I would like Westminster City Council to join in the chorus of voices. On Thursday of last week, as our mayor mentioned and our city manager, City Council received a letter that had been crafted by our communication and outreach professional team, providing us with a public statement for our review and input. This is a statement I am going to read into the record now. Dear Westminster community, in the time since George Floyd was killed by a Minneapolis police officer, our hearts have broken again and again. For Mr. Floyd's friends and family grieving his senseless and sudden loss, for the families of Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor, whose sorrows are so near and raw, for every Black person in this country who has ever felt fear of doing the common activities of daily life. We join with the Westminster Police Department and Police Chief Tim Carlson in condemning the indefensible use of force that led to Mr. Floyd's death, and in calling for officers to be held accountable for their actions. And I quote, "In Westminster, our ability to properly serve is built on trust," Carlson said. Events such as this strain that trust, which we are committed to strengthen and enhance each day going forward with every member of our community, unquote. While we don't claim to personally know the daily injustices and racism that Black Americans have shouldered for centuries, we can say that this must end now. We can't be silent when people experience mistreatment because of the color of their skin. As a country, as a society, and as a community, we must do better. The place we will start is here in Westminster, our home, for people whose families have been here for generations, people originally from other parts of the state or the U.S., and people who've moved here from other countries. Westminster is a choice. Of all the places to put down roots, to live and to raise families, to build businesses, to work, many have chosen Westminster as their home. It's home because it's a place to be safe, accepted, and heard. As your city council, these are values we hold closely, not merely words we say in difficult times. Excuse me. I apologize. They are the bedrock of our community, and they guide our actions as we work together, building a home where every resident knows they are welcome and knows they belong. While we have made important progress in the work of inclusivity and representation, including forming the Westminster Inclusivity Board in 2015, we need to do more. We are committed to listening and learning from members of our community about issues of race, inclusivity, and safety. And we also are committed to following up with action. It is not enough to say that Black Lives Matter if we don't amend our institutions and ideas to ensure that's actually the case. We are also dedicated to ensuring that residents feel safe in expressing their concerns and secure in the knowledge that their voice is equal to that of every other person in this community. We look to residents for partnership in determining what actions we must take to continue building Westminster into a community where everyone, every race, every religion, every nationality can know that they are home. In the coming weeks and months, we ask each Westminster resident to consider how you might contribute to making this a welcoming community, and how we, as your city council, can best serve you in working towards that goal. We will continue partnering with city staff and boards, as well as community organizations and stakeholders, to understand the full spectrum of experience and perspectives represented in Westminster. We will ask them to develop actionable steps to talk about and weed out racism in our community. We will work with city staff to create opportunities to volunteer and get involved. We will listen without judgment. Westminster is home, and every person who has chosen to plant their roots here is vital to making Westminster the place where we want to be. Signed, hopefully, by all of Westminster City Council. I am personally supportive of this statement and would like to add my name to it and ask my colleagues to join me. I am asking for us to use our council comments as a de facto straw poll so we can give direction to staff. If members of our body choose not to sign on, I would ask them, in the spirit of communication and full transparency, to explain what portions they find problematic. First, I would like to explain why I like this letter. This letter is a commitment to listen and learn, to uphold our values, and to call to action. It is a commitment to hold ourselves and our institutions accountable for our national values and ideals. Let's be clear, this is not a partisan issue. It's a human issue, and it's an American issue. I believe in our nation, and I believe in our community, and I found myself agreeing with former President George Bush's statement on the matter, a portion of which I will quote right now. America's greatest challenge has long been to unite people of very different backgrounds into a single nation of justice and opportunity. The doctrine and habits of racial superiority, which once nearly split our country, still threaten our union. The answers to American problems are found by living up to American ideals, to the fundamental truth that all human beings are created equal and endowed by God with certain rights. I strongly believe the remedy, this is me now speaking, I strongly believe the remedy to our shared outrage is to hold ourselves accountable to the promise of this great nation. I feel that this should be something we can all agree on. I thank you for your time, and I look forward to hearing from my colleagues.
Mr. Demott, you're up next.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Seitz. I'm honestly a little disappointed in just how you guys are approaching looking at this letter. I agree with, this is a great letter, and it has a lot of heartfelt things in it that are important, and our nation is hurting right now. And I think what the people need to see from leaders such as ourselves is unity. The reason there was question about this letter was it was, as you said, dropped on a Thursday morning and asked us to look at it and say whether or not we wanted our name to it by 4 o'clock at the end of business on a Thursday. That, I stated quite frankly, was unacceptable. I still find it to be unacceptable. This is a very, very important issue, and it's very important to our community. It's very important to me personally. And if I'm going to put my name on a letter that's this important, it should have went through this council to talk together to decide as a unified body what the appropriate message to each sign-on was. I think I agree with most of what Mayor Pro Tem Seitz stated. Again, it's not the content of the letter, it's the fact that it should have the fingerprints of this body and the elected leaders of this city who were elected duly to represent the people of the city. And I appreciate staff's efforts, but this was, in my mind, the wrong way to go about us coming to a consensus on this letter. With that, I wasn't planning on doing this yet. I didn't know we were going to get into policy discussion about this letter. I have written my own letter or statement that I would like to read now. I would like to share part of the statement from our police department that was made regarding Mr. Floyd's death. Members of the Westminster Police Department are appalled at the indefensible force that led to the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis last week. Officers must be held accountable for their actions, and filing of murder charges has appropriately been started that process. I do not think I could have said this any different and unequivocally agree with this statement. Our nation has many great things in its past, many dark parts. In our history of slavery likely will be the most despicable, disgusting sin this nation has in its past. I acknowledge that racism, systemic or otherwise, has been all too common in our nation. I will say my personal apology and acknowledge these ugly parts of this history and those that it continue to fall on. I know as humans we are all imperfect, and if I have ever done anything personally to offend or hurt anybody in this area, I'm sorry, and I'm committed to always doing better as a person and teaching my personal family and those that I have influence on that their fellow human beings deserve dignity and respect that they want to be treated with, regardless of color, gender, or any other demographic. I've done a lot of reflecting, as I hope you all have done. And I think one of the ideals that this nation was founded on is this. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights. And among these rights are our life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. As a nation, we were in instant conflict with ourselves at the founding, as we were instantly not living up to these ideals. And we were instantly not treating everybody the same. However, this statement is the right ideal. And what to me, our flag stands for, and it is the right thing that we should always push to assure it stands for, period, for all people. And I acknowledge for many, this is not the case in our nation's history. So the challenge for us all is to come together and admit where we are wrong and work together to make the flag stand for the same rights, the right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Otherwise, we will never be the nation that we were meant to be. I would like to thank the good men and women of law enforcement and the Westminster Police Department who put the badge on and go to work and serve their community and put themselves in harm's way each and every day. I know this is a hard time where people's anger is falling all too often on them. And I know the overwhelming majority of law enforcement are as sick by Mr. Floyd's death as the rest of us. They are not, if they are not, I believe it is time for them to find a new profession where they will not tarnish the good name of the men and women who put on the badge. My challenge to our community is one of self-reflection, of what each of us can do to make the flag stand for the same thing for each of us. I will always speak against violence. I am saddened that the peaceful protests have in too many cases spiraled into more death, devastation of citizens, police lives, and properties over the last few weeks. The violence and destruction must not be allowed or tolerated. In the famous words of Dr. Martin Luther King, darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate, and only love can do that. So Westminster, Colorado, and America, let's focus and make today be the resolve to be the light that drives out the evil and puts us on a path of healing. this is my personal statement. I would have much preferred that we were able to each put something from our own feelings in a letter. I do appreciate staff's efforts, and I do appreciate our Mayor Pro Tem's words and Mayor Atchison, your opinion on it, but I want to be fair to the discussion.
Ms. Scully?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am not going to make a comment at this time on the letter that was proposed by the city. I'm going to reserve that time for later. I've been very busy this week working as a city councilor and attended many meetings, and kind of surprised that in a time of COVID, how many meetings are actually still occurring. And I want our residents to know that we are all very busy still as city councilors, going to meetings every day and listening and partnering with our fellow communities, doing very important work. So first off, we had a BCC quarterly municipalities breakfast with our Jeffco partners and fellow municipalities.
Could you stay with the subject of the letter for right now? We'll get to council comments shortly.
Oh, yes, sir.
Thank you.
I can do that. Well, then, let me say my piece on it as well. I think that the city staff did a fabulous job on the letter. I appreciated all the content. I appreciated that we included our police department and their brilliant works. I think our police department does a great job. I have worked very hard as a city councilor to support our police department in their work. But I really appreciated that the city staff took the initiative to state what I think the real issue is, and that is that our nation is struggling right now. We are struggling with equality. We are struggling to recognize that racism is real in our society and that we need to do better. We have listened, we have talked. I'm not sure we have heard. And I think that's what's happening right now is we are hearing. And we are hearing the voices of our Black community that are saying we have not done well enough and we need to do better. And it is an inherent systemic problem in all aspects of our communities. It is not just in the way perhaps policing is done, but it is in how we do education. It's how we do affordable housing or housing. It's how we do employment. It's how we do healthcare. It's in everything. And we need to take a hard look as a country and back up and start listening and hearing what our Black community is telling us and be empathetic and try to go back and change things. And this is our opportunity to acknowledge that we have not done well by all the people in our community, and that we are willing to stop and look and hear and change. That's what leadership is really about, is when we are willing to stop in the middle of our moving forward and say, wait a minute, we haven't done enough and we haven't done right, and let's back up. And we are apologizing and we are saying we acknowledge it and that we want to do better. So I support the letter and I support it going forward. And I thank our staff for being swift, getting ahead of things, getting into the communication, and representing us well.
Mr. Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too want to thank staff for the work on the letter. But I too had some problems with the process because while things are evolving quickly right now, sometimes expediency leaves people behind. And I think it's important that we had a discussion about this as a group and to the point so that we could lend some time to it also and let us read this. I read it many, many times. I did not respond within 4 minutes like my colleagues or certain colleagues. I took a great deal of time and I proposed an edit. That edit was primarily to highlight what a great community this is, what an inclusive community this is, and building towards more inclusivity, and to make sure we highlighted the honorable men and women of the Westminster Police Department. So I think it is a good letter. I think we skipped a step. I think we need to be more deliberative as a body, and that's what I will stand on the side of. Those are my comments. I would be more than happy if, because quite honestly, at this point, we don't have time to re-edit this. And I do think that we need to make a statement. I will sign off on this, and it won't be begrudgingly. It'll be with a hope of what can we do better next time, or what can we do differently? Thank you.
Ms. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to all of my colleagues who have spoken. And I feel like I want to pick from all of what you all just said, because that's true dialogue to me, and that's a true consensus building as far as creating this letter. I thank staff in what they've done to proactively write this letter for us, but it felt very blindsided. And to be quite frank, I've, for the last couple weeks, on multiple items, not just this, have felt blindsided on letters that we've been rushing. And while I've had an opportunity to have a say in most of them, some of them I didn't know were occurring because I was working my daytime job. And so that seems to be repetitive for the past few weeks. I understand that we're in very special circumstances with everything going on in the world. But for the process of which these letters are occurring, I would like to see us do better for all of consensus. I know it only takes a majority for council to come forward and say we accept this. However, I would hope that the majority would push for a voice for all to be heard. So with that, I do have just a brief statement. My heart is heavy and my thoughts are with George Floyd and his family and friends. The protests and outspokenness of this tragedy are justified, and I stand with everyone who is speaking out against Mr. Floyd's death. However, in the same stroke, I cannot support an injustice for an injustice by those who have looted and being destructive and causing harm to others. This goes both ways. And thank you to everyone who has voiced their thoughts peacefully, and thank you to our first responders, including our law enforcement, especially our Westminster PD. This is challenging and an important time for each and every one of us. And I acknowledge, me personally, that I don't yet have the right next steps, but I'm educating myself on the best next steps. And I hope to sincerely work with each of my colleagues to really put our best foot forward, because part of what was asked is there are some instances where in the letter I just couldn't get on board with. And it was, there's a lot of it was great. Don't get me wrong, because we are asking for feedback. We are asking for residents to reach out to us with their feelings and their thoughts. And don't get me wrong, we've had several residents already reach out with their thoughts, and we greatly appreciate that, because this is what helps us drive our true policy in making that change together as not only a council, but as a community, as a Westminster community. But there were several parts of the letter. I know it's towards the end, it's a little lengthy, but all that aside, towards the end of the letter, it says we will make change, we will make efforts to make change. My problem with that is, okay, we're saying that we want to make change. What is our change? I feel like it's a cyclical process that all of us, not just our council, but all of us as a society say we'll make change, but what does that change mean? So I cautioned us to say, we're going to make change and we're going to make efforts to make that change. Mine is saying, okay, what is it? What's the actionable change? And then there is a part where we talked about our inclusivity board. I felt like it was very much that we formed this inclusivity board just for our Black community, and that's not the case. It is for all of Westminster, all of our communities, and I didn't want to be secluded and divisive in any way, saying that we've formed this inclusivity board just for a certain population. So that was another instance where I felt we could do better in the wording of it. And like I said, it's a great, well-written letter. Just how we present it and how we are unified in it is incredibly important to me. And then we say that and towards the very beginning, and I apologize, I went from the bottom up, but towards the very beginning, we call out those who have lost their lives, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and George Floyd. My thoughts with that is, why not Breonna? And why not Ahmaud? How come we didn't come out and talk about those then? Why did it take another life to write this kind of letter? And so all together, just encompassing those thoughts, that's what I shared with council in the problems, I don't want to say problems, and the concerns I had with how this was written. So I hope that we can come to a consensus and really hear from our community if this is what they really want, if this is what they're looking for from us, and really put those actionable items to move forward as a council, because that is so important to me, because I too am tired of hearing we'll make change and we'll do this and we will and we will. What is it that we're going to make a change on? And let's do it methodically and slowly, because we want to get it right. It doesn't need to be fast. We need to get this right for all of us, for all of our community. So thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts and having this valuable discussion.
Mr. Bowles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, first off, I want to thank all of my colleagues for this great discussion. And we were having the discussion now, and I think this is very valuable. So I want to thank all of my colleagues for their input and associate myself with most of what's already been said. I also want to thank staff. You know, I think the mayor hit the nail on the head earlier. I think Councilor Scully said it also, and maybe others. You know, since I've been on council, we've asked our staff to be proactive. When we see a communications issue and an opportunity for us to better our community, get in front of it. Let's let the council participate in that and be a part of it. And we've encouraged them to do that. We've asked them to do that. And that's exactly what happened. And so I thank the staff for their initiative and being proactive and basically following what it is we've asked them to do. So thank you for that. When Councilor Seitz earlier, I should say Mayor Pro Tem Seitz earlier, read the letter, I was moved. This is a good letter. She read it, and I've read it like everyone else has several times for different parts of it to take a look and see how it's worded. And it's a good letter. And when Mayor Pro Tem Seitz read it earlier, and I'm glad she read it into the record, it was very moving. So thank you again to staff. I think it encapsulates our community's values, which I think is important as a council. We put together values, and we hear from our community and support those values of inclusivity and being a welcoming community. So the letter states that we have an inclusivity board that works full-time year after year, year-round on those issues. So hopefully they'll take some of this and what Councilor Smith mentioned, what are the actionable outcomes. Hopefully the inclusivity board will take this letter and run with it, and the members will come up with ideas and come back, and it'll activate a whole dialogue and work on their part, and hopefully then work on our part as well. So I also want to thank Chief Carlson. He came out with a statement about this tragic incident, and it's so sad, and our thoughts have to be with the family of George Floyd tonight. And Chief Carlson, very early in this process, came out with a very powerful statement on behalf of the police department and our whole city and our whole community. So I want to thank him. I want to thank our officers, because I know this is a time where there is some division and there's just lots of controversy, and our officers are out there every day protecting our citizens and doing their job. So I want to thank them for their service and their dedication, and thank Chief Carlson for being the leader of all of that. I thanked our colleagues. I think this discussion's been good. I also want to thank our residents. So I've been approached by many people who want us to take a statement. They want our city and our city council to make a statement. And I think this letter hits the right balance. I'm very happy with the letter. I'm going to support it tonight. I'm glad we had this discussion. I know after it's released on Thursday, we had some colleagues, some council members who simply weren't there yet. They wanted to read it. They wanted to have input, and I respect that. And we held off, and we've had emails on this. We've had many chances to read it. We're discussing it now. So I appreciate this whole process. I know it's not what everyone would have liked, but I think it is a valuable process. I would hope that all of us can get behind this. I think consensus of all of us on council, and I think this is such an important statement. I would hope that all of us, all 7 of us, can support this. So thank you, and thanks for listening as long as I wanted to talk, but I plan on supporting this letter tonight. Thank you.
Going back to some of the comments, I appreciate all the comments from each council member who's expressed their opinion, regardless of where that opinion may go to. But I think one of the things that we've been trying to do is try to get ahead of these kind of issues so that we're not always looking like we're reacting versus being proactive. And at that time, we've set up a method of notification when these things are coming out. And yes, some of these take place during the day, but that's the way the city ends up doing business. We don't have the ability to always wait till Monday night. But each of us is given a precedent of how we want to be notified when things are being sent out on an immediate basis. And that's part of what happens with running a city. We don't always have a week to wait. But in expressing your opinions, I appreciate each and every one of you doing that and being understanding. But in this case, I am going to stay with the current letter in the form it is. You've had your comments. If there's anyone who feels that they are not comfortable being on the letter, I fully understand that. You have your right to say, I don't want to be on it. But if you abide by what we're trying to do to be proactive and reactive to what the situations are that are evolving around the country and to get behind it. Now, one of the problems we have is we don't know what all we have to do. We don't know what it's going to take to resolve all the issues that have been identified over the last few weeks. But as those come to light, I hope we will find ways to help support those resolutions to make the most people comfortable as we can. But I don't have any way today sitting here to tell you that I want to do specific things, because it's going to take a country, not just a council, to make this thing happen. And I expect that as soon as we can get these issues to evolve down to the point where we can find ways that will go forward, that the people can get behind, that's what we'll do. So my recommendation from myself is that the letter stands and we send it out. And again, if anyone feels that they are not ready to support the letter at this time, I am fine with that as well. Mr. DeMont.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will agree with you that this is a bigger conversation than just the city of Westminster, but we do play our part in it. And I appreciate the things you're saying. I just would reiterate to the community that listened, the ask to wait was about having the fingerprint of this council on a very important letter that I feel does better by our community to have our fingerprint on it. So with that, if this is the direction the majority of the council wants to go, I absolutely still think that we need to be unified. So I will sign the letter. And I hope that in the learning from this, that we can do something different next time, and that I don't end up with an email for something this important on a Thursday morning asking for an answer by the end of business.
Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I agree with Councillor Demott. It's not that I was asking for a week to wait till Monday on any of these items. I would ask you wait till at least get off work, which is 4 o'clock, so that I could make sure that I had an opportunity to read what was being asked of us. So just to make that clear. But I too, it seems that we've gone through the process. I feel comfortable enough that we've gone through this process, because that's what policy is talking this out with your peers. This, as Mayor Pro Tem cites, is not a partisan issue. This is a policy issue for, not a policy issue, a very important issue for all of Westminster that warranted a very important discussion with all of us. And while I cannot, like I said, I had some reservations, cannot get fully on board with it. The majority is asking for this and wanting it. I think it is important that we as a community and as a council push this forward, and it's the majority. So I'm just thankful that we've had this process to discuss, because that's what true democracy is. So I thank you for this opportunity, and I will support.
Any other council members have a comment? Just so we're clear on the record, I will ask each council member as I go around, we'll call if you're supporting going ahead with the letter as written, or if you decline or have any other comments. Mr. Demott, I've just heard from you, so I believe you're okay with the moving forward with the letter with your comments noted. Ms. Sight?
I am supportive.
All right. Ms. Scully?
I am supportive as well.
Mr. Seymour?
I will lend my name to this as well.
Mr. Vols?
I also will lend my name to this. I'm happy to sign it. Thank you.
And Ms. Smith, I also heard your comments. We've recorded their concerns, and I believe I just heard you say you would support the letter. I believe that is a full council, and everyone has agreed to send the letter forward. Mr. Tripp, between you and the communications staff, I'd ask you to get this letter out as soon as possible.
We will do that. Thank you.
All right, going on to the next item. Mr. Tripp, if you have other comments, please do those at this point.
Oh, I'm ready to get into the agenda, Mayor.
Let me go into the next item. This is council comments. And let me go back to the beginning. I know this is starting to, if you have comments you'd like to make now that were not associated with the letter, if you can, let me know through the chat box. Ms. Scully, I have you first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize for speaking out of turn earlier.
Wonderful.
Last week, many of us were very busy attending many meetings around the region and in the city. The mayor and Councillor Seymour and I all attended the BCC Quarterly Municipalities Breakfast with Jefferson County and the municipalities of Jefferson County. They discussed what is going on with COVID and how they are assisting people who are homeless and experiencing food insecurity in our communities, and their great works on that. So we thank them for their work and know that we are also very involved with that and part of that plan. This last Saturday, I had my first Saturday coffee and had a few residents who joined me virtually, and we're privileged to have Jason Gank, the director of our Parks, Recreation, Libraries, and Open Space, join us and talk to us about things that will be going on this summer and how the city is adjusting life for our residents in the midst of a COVID summer. So very good breakfast, coffee, and I really appreciated having Mr. Gank join us. Today we had the Rocky Flat Stewardship Council meeting. Councilor Seymour and myself attended, and they gave us updates on the what is going on out at Rocky Flats. Talked about the refuge and how it is open and available to be used. And in fact, they are encouraging people to use it in this time of COVID, when often being inside is challenging. You are welcome to go walk across the refuge at Rocky Flats. They were requested by Jeffco to open more of the refuge for people to hike across, and also by Boulder and Broomfield. Feeling that this is a true way to help with mental health. I'm sure many of you have experienced it. I know I have, that being stuck inside all the time and at home can be quite exasperating. And so getting out for walks in our great open spaces is a great way to overcome that. They talked about the groundwater and an audit and site operations, all of which are within the allotted amount of codes, but they are still monitoring and working on things. And then finally, I had the opportunity to catch the Westminster Chamber of Commerce live stream today with the mayor. Mr. Mayor did a great job. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the Westminster Chamber of Commerce and how they are working so hard, especially Juliet, to make sure that we are hearing from community leaders. I believe it's almost daily. I catch it a couple of times a week, and really appreciate hearing different people talk about what's going on with different operations around our region and in our city. So that is my report for the week. Thank you.
Mr. Demott, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to briefly share, I participated in sitting in on a committee meeting with our inclusivity board, and this was brought up earlier in the letter discussion. They are working on a statement of their own, so you will see something coming from that board. They meet here in the next week or so. So I anticipate the council being able to see what that group comes up with, as obviously this is a very important issue to them with what's going on in the nation.
Mr. Seymour, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one report. Our Special Permit and Licensing Board met for the first time during the COVID to have a one hearing. And I want to thank the members of all of our boards and commissions who have adapted to the new virtual reality that we're dealing with. So thanks to our citizens who participate in that also.
Ms. Parker, can you give us, since Mr. Seymour is the rep to this permits and license board he just mentioned, can you give us any update on your polling?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if you, just to be clear, you are referring to the vacancies?
Yes, sir.
Yes, so we did reach out to a couple of alternate members from other boards, and I'm happy to report that there are two board members who are alternates for other boards that, with the blessing of the liaisons for those boards, have agreed to be appointed to the Special Permit and License Board. We're still awaiting some more responses, just in case we can also snag an alternate for this board and keep them fully staffed. However, if that doesn't work out, our plan is to come to council on the 22nd of June with a resolution that would appoint these folks. At this time, we're also reaching out to some of the waitlisted folks just to make sure that we might not be able to backfill everything at the same time. So it's a pretty positive outlook at this point.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Ms. Sykes?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was definitely a busy week this last week. You and I attended the RTD local government meeting, so I'll let you do the update on that. I did attend the CC4CA executive board, or I'm sorry, board meeting, steering committee meeting, where they did give an update on retreat relevant items, talking about basically the structure of the retreat as we are going to be doing it socially distanced, going over the recommendations of the policy committee. I have also been tasked to serve on a COVID-19 subcommittee for CC4CA, really trying to understand the implications of COVID-19 on local government and also on climate work. And so that looks like it will meet kind of a few times a month. So I look forward to that, and I'll be giving you a little bit more information on that as we go. I did then have the US 36 mayors and commissioners meeting. The mayor could not attend as he had another commitment. They always spent a good amount of time talking and invest in regards to Chairman DeFazio's Invest in America bill. And while it would look very good and be incredibly helpful for local governments and states, there wasn't a lot of optimism that just given the time frame, we would be able to see that. And so the goal is to move it through committee in June and get it to the House floor in July. There's concerns on how to pay for it. And so there's not a lot of optimism for it. In addition to that, we did get a update from our state lobbyist. And basically the JDC is doing a 5-month process into a much shorter period, as we all know. I wanted to make sure everybody knew that the bill's SB 151 has been postponed indefinitely, and House Bill 1151 will die. So there are talks now to do the RTD Accountability Committee, and that is going to be appointed most likely. It's not for sure that this is going to happen, but it could be a potential alternative venue from the accountability legislation that both Rep. Gray and Senator Winter were looking to run. It would be run by Dr. Cog and would have multiple members appointed, including 3 local government positions, one they're hoping from the North region. I think there's a lot of interest in potentially serving in that capacity from the members of the US 36 MCC. I did think that there was an update from CDOT that I thought was really important. They are going through with the second tranche of 267 projects as awarded. And that should make people feel good. It could impact the timeline on the projects, however. And then for just a little bit of time to understand the impact of COVID-19 on transportation. There's a national projection of 50 billion less nationwide. And in Colorado, transportation is going to see 1.25 billion less over the next 3 years. The state gas fund is going to go down by 50 million a year. Managed lanes the revenue from those have gone down steeply. There's roughly 1 billion less in debt issuance capacity due to less state revenue. And at the local level, local governments are looking to see about 30 million less because of reductions in gas tax revenue alone. So we're in a tough state. We're going to have to really be innovative, and we're going to have to push. Transportation was already in such, as anyone working in this area knows, was in such a rough situation prior to COVID-19. And I don't know if people know this, but Colorado is already ranked 47th out of the 50 states in the nation for rural roads. So there's a real ask for all of us to use our political capital to help transportation in this country, and specifically for our state, and really hoping that we can see either that HEROES Act or that Invest in America happen. And those are my updates.
Okay. Other councilors, do you have comments you'd like to make at this time? The only thing I would follow up on that Ms. Seitz alluded to is in regards to the RTD is that RTD, like any other group around the metro area that depends upon sales tax and ridership, has been severely off the mark over the past week due to issues going on in the downtown Denver area, there have been periods of time where RTD has stopped all bus and rail service into the downtown. That is pretty well back on track as of today. They have also announced today that they will be returning to collecting fares starting July the 1st, boarding from both the front and rear, and going back to basically as much as possible full service. There may still be a phased restart of some of these routes, either on the commuter rail or on the buses until they get ridership back up. The timeframes and head times may still be extended some. They are going to have to deal with the same thing that businesses are, is a falling economy, less funds coming in, and have to make decisions on whether or not they're going to return to full service. And these are going to happen over the next few months. So I caution anyone just going to one of the stations and saying, I'll go get my regular schedule. I encourage you to check well ahead to find out what kind of a time frame people are running on, because they are going to be very different. If there are no other comments, I will refer the council. First of all, please go to your emails. We have had a request for comments on items 8A and 8B on the consent agenda, so they will not be part of the consent agenda. The city staff has provided resolutions for you to use once we get to those two items to bring them up so we can speak. So at this time, I would open up the floor for anyone who has would like to make the motion on the consent agenda only containing item 8C and 8D. Mr. Bowles, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe I messed up. We're not doing A through D, or we are?
We are not doing A and B as part of the consent agenda, only items C and D.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So I would move that the city council adopt the consent agenda items 8, C, and D.
Mr. Seymour?
I second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing nothing, the consent agenda of items H, C, and D is carried. Next item on the agenda, still staying with this area, will be item 8A. Council, you have a motion in your email. If Ms. Seitz, you want to take 8A to get it started, then we can open it up for discussion.
I apologize, just trying to open up my email on another device in order to be able to read the motion. Mike, I was wondering if I could ask my question quickly, or
we need to get it on the floor first, Anita. Make the motion and open it up for discussion.
Okay, so let me see. I have not received that email, but I will just do it this way. Mr. Mayor, I recommend that the city accept the financial report and financial statements for April 2020.
Okay, do I have a second? Mr. Demott?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second for the acceptance of the financial report and financial statements for April 2020. At this time, we are open for questions or comments. Ms. Seitz, you had a question or comment you'd like to discuss.
So my apologies both to my colleagues and then also to city staff that I did not submit these questions earlier. I apologize that the day got ahead of me. And so I do not expect these to be answered tonight. But I did want to enter them into the record and alert staff that I had questions about them and that they could get back to me at a later date. I'm going to go through them quickly. If anyone needs me to slow down or to repeat them, please let me know. My first question is in regards to license and permits revenue, which is down due to Adams County building being closed, commercial building permit activity. And I am wondering if we are expecting latent need there and we should see that spike up. My next question is, I recognize that our CARES funding was not received in time for this report, but when it does come, where will it be represented? Will that be in IGA? or will we create another box for it entirely? So when I was looking at the sales and use tax fund, even when we were budgeting, we were projecting expenses to exceed revenues for this month. And it was obviously a little bit more dramatic even than we had projected. I wanted to understand what was the thought process. Why were we projecting operating at a loss in that area? I appreciate all of the information about the different COVID dollars that we've applied for. We've gotten that information consistently throughout the whole process. I did forward to city staff an email I received last week talking about opportunities to apply for FEMA grant funding. I am curious if we are applying for that funds as well. When I was looking at the, and I really want to say thank you to Mr. Dorr and his team for the kind of addendum that gave a very COVID-specific analysis of this financial report, including breaking down by sector our revenues. When looking at that, it actually looks that our sales tax loss is closer to 25%, and I thought earlier stated in the financial it was closer to a 4% shortfall. So I'd like to understand how I'm reading that incorrectly, and I apologize for my misunderstanding. If I'm sure I've made a mistake there. And then finally, I've noticed that catalog and internet sales, while up as we would predict, still seem suspiciously low. When you consider, as it's described, it includes everything from online retailers like Kohl's and Amazon. I would imagine it to be much higher amount of revenue for last month than is represented. And I was wondering, I know we have an amazing sales tax auditing team. I am wondering if they have the ability to audit those non-brick and mortar institutions in the same way to make sure that we are all fair sales taxes being remitted to the city. And then I was curious again, I'm sorry, I said finally, and then I lied to you. I have one more question. What industries are quarterly filers, and what do we think there will be a compound impact of COVID represented by that? Thank you so much. I'm happy to vote on this now. I just wanted to get those questions answered at some point.
Mr. Tripp, would you like to have anybody on staff address any or all of those questions, or choose to respond at a later time?
It looks like you may have questions from a couple of other council members. I think what I'll do is we'll get through those, and then I'll ask Larry Dorr to come up and address in a general way answers to all those questions. Mayor Pro Tem Sites, thank you for allowing us to respond to yours with the follow-up email. And I think for most of those that you asked, with respect to be cognizant of your time this evening and the lengthy agenda, we'll do that. The one I do think that, Larry, I'd like to have you address is this difference between 25% and 4% reduction will be something I think you want to address, because I think it does. It is something probably that ought to be answered before the Mayor Pro Tem is asked to vote. The others we'll answer in writing, and we'll listen intently here on the other questions we have, and we'll add those to it. And when those are done, I'll ask that Larry just decide which needs to be answered tonight, or which the counselors would like to have answered tonight, and then he'll just take it from here. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Seymour, you have a question or comment?
Just a comment, Mr. Mayor. It's along this line as Mayor Pro Tem Sites also. I always go directly to the sales and use tax collections for our shopping centers. I was happy to see in April that, if I'm reading this correctly, month over month previous year, that we were down just 1%, but also too, looking at the collection for the retail sales, I was hoping that while it is substantially more than last year and made up some other deficits, that it might be a little bit more, but as much of a comment as a question. So thank you.
All right. Mr. DeMott.
I defer, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Are there any other comments or questions in regard to the financial report? Ms. Smith, did you have a comment or question on that report?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, please.
Oh, sorry. My quick question. Each week, Max Kirschbaum gives us a outlook, and I just realized that I didn't notice this when I was reading through it the first time, so I apologize. But each week he gives us an update as far as how much we've spent in COVID dollars, and I'm not seeing this in our report. So if I missed it, or if you could direct me to the page that it's on, that would be greatly appreciated, because I think it's helpful to see what we've spent versus all of the other industries that are going up and down. So if you could get that to me, that would be great. Thank you.
All right, council, again, questions in regards to item 8A, the financial reports. Anyone else have any questions? Otherwise, I'll go to Mr. Dorr and let him try to respond. Mr. Dorr, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. Larry Dorr speaking, Chief Financial Officer and Deputy City Manager. Thank you for your attention to our financial reports, and thank you for your questions here tonight. I'm gonna, if I may, just provide a little bit of context for the audience listening at home on these reports, and then also just reference a couple of bits of new information. First, let me just report that we are speaking about the April financial reports of the city. We traditionally would have provided those to you at your May 25th meeting, but because that was the Memorial Day holiday, they were presented to you tonight at your next subsequent meeting. So we're talking about the April financial reports, and I want to just couch that by saying that that would include sales taxes for sales transactions, sales activities, purchases, and economic activity that happened in Westminster during the month of March. And so this was really our first written financial report to include economic activity in the city that was impacted by COVID-19. We'll recall that on March 16th, that bars and restaurants were closed, and then March 26th, effectively, in-store traditional retail ceased at that point. We have taken a look at, of course, all the impacts relative to our forecast, and I want to try to answer as many, if not all, of these questions as I can now. And I'll ask Tammy Hitchens, our finance director, to attempt to answer at least, I think, one or two of the questions that might take a little bit of research and potentially maybe a little bit of follow-up. Let me first just also describe that we've included an interim report, a new bulletin. We're calling it our COVID Chronicle. It was about 5 or 6 pages of additional information, and it's designed to do a number of things. First, it will be interim. It's designed to be a supplement to the very traditional and longstanding monthly financial reports that the public have received from our finance department. But we know that there's keen interest. Councilwoman Smith referred to monies spent on COVID. We will begin including those from Mr. Kirschbaum and others. We also primarily intend to provide the transparency of all of the grant funds, to include FEMA, CARES, potentially HEROES Act, and other federal and state grants. We're intending to include the details of those in our COVID Chronicle or our COVID financial bulletin that we're providing. So with that, I want to try to, hopefully that gives a little bit of context as to what we've presented and some of the numbers. And if I may, I know there are some detailed questions, and I'm going to attempt to answer all of these, but I just want to say 2 things about the city's current financial position as is presented in this report, and as I know them to be tonight. And that's first, that generally speaking, relative to the forecasts that I've reported to you over the last 2.5 months, that generally speaking, these numbers are on course with what we expected the impacts to be. They're not any worse than we initially anticipated, but they're not a whole lot better either, frankly, and we still anticipate utilizing reserves of the city to meet operations. At the same time, I also want to say that it's still relatively early. You're just receiving March sales transactions. I can tell you that our staff has been working since the middle and late last week, and I'm anticipating the May numbers to include all of April's closures sometime late tomorrow or early Wednesday, and we'll be preparing the next version of these reports for you. So with that, let me first dive in. And I'm going to move around just a little bit. I'm going to ask Tammy Hitchens to look at the detail related to license and permit revenues. Tammy, that was a little bit of a detail that wasn't right on my mind, but maybe you could be researching that as I'm speaking. Also asked was about CARES and where will those funds be appropriated and where will they be presented. We'll have a special section in our COVID Chronicle as to the amount of appropriations, amount spent in each of the categories as we move along. We haven't yet provided full details of spending to our counties. In fact, we're just receiving some internal processes and submittals to occur later this week. So we're still just a touch early on that. And as you mentioned, during April, the city had not yet received the funds. The next question was regarding in the sales and use tax fund for the month, expenditures exceeding revenues. And why was there a loss in the current month? And, you know, I have to say the city's expenditures and revenues are both seasonal, and our staff does a really good job, I think, in taking into account the seasonality of both revenues and expenditures, but also not just actual expenditures, but budget, and analyzes those for comparative purposes. So each month of the year will not have budgeted revenues exceeding budgeted expenditures. There will be months when the revenues far exceed and months when the revenues are slightly less than. So that's not unexpected and not inconsistent, but something that we certainly want to keep an eye on. I mentioned earlier about the grants and application processes. We've got a section in our COVID Chronicle there about all of the various grants. And in terms of applying for those, you know, we have a staff in each of our departments where FEMA grants can be relative. And of course, our Emergency Operations Center and others who are aware of grants that the city can apply for to mitigate all of these various impacts. Let's see. In sales tax in the report, there was a reference to 25%, 4%, and I have another number for you as well relative to that. For one, we've taken a bit of an approach in this COVID-19 where we're focusing much more keenly on one month versus the same month in the prior year, so that we can measure our economic activity on a, let's just say, a 30-day basis. But we're also mindful of our year-to-date collections, and that's the difference between the two. In addition, we have a few things happening related to our economic development agreements and the various transfers of funds to those investors who are partners in economic development in the city of Westminster, and how the cash flows between the city and those various development partners. And so the 4% that was referenced is relative to collections year to date. The 25% takes into account, really on a cash basis, what's happening with payments to our economic development agreements and investment partners. But just below that in the report, I want to point to the number that I think is probably most interesting to the audience, most interesting to me in analyzing the situation, and that is that for the month of March, in that particular section, we've combined the city's general use tax, construction use tax, sales tax, and automobile use taxes as really the largest economic driver of the decisions that we make and the services that we're able to provide to the community. And for that month of March, the decrease was 12%. And so I feel that that should also be mentioned here. And just a little bit of just reference to how these various numbers can look and feel different, whether we're looking on a monthly basis, month versus month, or year to date, and so forth. So we're always happy to talk about those, but that across those general tax revenue numbers, that 12.7 is really the number that we're looking at, and it's slightly less than we had initially forecast. Related to online sales, which is also on that same location, you can see that catalog and internet sales is still, relatively speaking, not the largest percentage of the Westminster economy, but clearly it's growing, and it increased significantly for the period. Now, there are a couple of things going there. There was a question about whether or not the city has the opportunity or the authority to audit those businesses, and the answer is yes. And our sales and use tax auditing team is very keen on that. They know who to audit, when to audit, and how to discover revenue that hasn't been appropriately assessed, and so that they can keep those things in order. I would say that even though we see here a 58% increase in this particular sector, catalog and internet sales, I think we'll see an even larger increase when we look at the numbers for the next month, because that will be when the full effect of the closures has taken hold. And with that, I think I've got just one more question here, and then I'll ask Tammy Hitchens to see if she was able to find something on licensing and permit revenues. The last question was related to any industries or how might quarterly filers be of interest to us for this discussion in terms of the economics of the community. And I'll just say it this way: quarterly filers, monthly filers, and then there are also people who file sales taxes annually, but those are really driven by the size of the taxpayer, meaning the economic size, the amount of sales that they have subject to the tax. So for those businesses who may not even have a location in Westminster, but they do have nexus, they do have a license, they are collecting and remitting sales taxes, but they might only have 1 or 2 or 3 sales per year and have a very small liability. They only have to file once per year. Others who are slightly larger, and I think the liability is in maybe the hundreds of dollars per quarter, they're allowed to file quarterly, but substantially the largest dollar revenue to the city is clearly our monthly filers, and those are the more traditional businesses that we all know and are household names, and that we see in our community or that we know about from online commerce. So with that, Mayor Pro Tem, I think check me if I'm wrong, but I think I got through the questions there, and I would just invite Tammy Hitchens, our finance director, to answer the first question from the list, which was related to licenses and permit revenues. Tammy?
Thank you, Mr. Dorr, and thank you, Council and Mayor, for giving me this opportunity. In looking at the license and permits, it's down. It kind of goes back to what Mr. Dorr said earlier, and it's all about what we're comparing to. So in this particular case, if you're looking at the graph and we're looking at the 3-year trend from 2018, 19, and 20, last year was a good year for Adams County commercial building permit activity, and this year we're down from that. But if you actually look at the financial statement under licenses and permits, we actually had a pretty good month, because we're on a year-to-date basis on the license and permits, we're actually up a little bit this year. So while I can see what you're seeing Mayor Pro Tem cites on here as far as where the revenue is down, it's actually because Adams County had such good revenues last year compared to what they did this year, and this year's been average so far, or just a little bit better than what we had budgeted. So that's really the answer to that. But if you actually look at the financial report, the statements and you look at the general fund, you'll see that licenses and permits are actually about 51,000 over budget for the year. And so hopefully that explains that. And then one of the questions, I believe, and maybe I missed this while I was researching it, but where will right now the COVID dollars that are being spent are actually showing up in central charges. And we do have that broken down. We will have that in the Chronicle broken down a little bit more, but probably in the big picture, it's going to remain in the central charges number from the expenditure side. And then from the revenue side, in the monthly financial statements, those will actually show up in intergovernmental revenue. But again, for transparency's sake, we'll be breaking those out in the COVID Chronicle. Does that answer all of the questions?
Mayor and Council, Larry Dorr speaking again, and I just want to give thanks and praise to Tammy Hitchens and her team for putting together our COVID Chronicle Bulletin. You can count on expanded information in the Bulletin and Chronicle going forward. And we're always available for questions. We're happy to attempt to answer those during the meetings. We can follow up in writing always as needed. And with that, Mayor, I think we might have covered the questions and answers. There might be some additional ones, and we'll just stand by to see where to go from there.
All right, let me go back to the council. Again, we're still on item 8A. Are there any additional questions that I have missed? And I'm trying to check the chat box. I think I've covered everyone, but if I'm missing something, just speak up.
Yeah, Mayor, this is Councilor Voles.
Go ahead.
I don't have a question. I have more of a comment. The COVID Chronicle, I know Ms. Hitchens had talked about that last week, and we had it for this week and for this meeting. It's very helpful. The analysis was very good, and thank you very much for your work on that. I appreciated that extra effort. Thank you.
This is Mayor Pro Tem Seitz, and I would really like to agree with that. I found the COVID Chronicle incredibly helpful, and I wonder if we may post or past COVID want to continue to allow us to analyze by sector. I do feel like as a policymaker, that data was incredibly fascinating and something I will look forward to continuing to monitor and watch. So thanks for everyone's work.
Any other comments? If there are no other comments, we have a motion and a second for item 8A to accept the financial report as presented. Ms. Parker, I will ask you to do a roll call, please.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Atchison votes yes. Councilor DeMott.
Yes.
DeMott votes yes. Mayor Pro Tem Seitz.
Yes.
Seitz votes yes. Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
Seymour votes yes. Councilor Scully.
Yes.
Scully votes yes. Councilor Smith.
Yes.
Smith votes yes. And Councilor Bowles.
Yes.
Bowles votes yes.
Thank you, Council. Based upon the roll call vote, we have a 7-0 vote to accept the financial report from item 8A. Moving on to the next item, item 8B, the Public Defender Services Contract. And Mr. Seymour, I think you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Murray and McCarty Law in the amount of $102,404 for public defender services at the municipal court from July 20th, 2020 through December 31st, 2020. The contract is renewable annually for up to 3 additional years, commencing in 2021 for a full 12-month period not to exceed $227,250 with annual renewable adjustments of 1% subject to annual appropriations.
Ms. Smith?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. At this time, I will open up the discussions, and Ms. Seitz, you're up first.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just have a quick question. I appreciate that we went back out for an RFP mid-year since we did not have any takers or any submittals, rather, when we went through this process 6 months ago. Looking through the agenda item, I understand intuitively why we can't have a member of our prosecuting team or our municipal court judge on the selection committee. However, I wanted to understand how we assure that whoever we selected, that we vetted their legal experience, that we understand that they have strong experience in criminal court, that they have the level that the lawyers that would be serving the community have the level of experience that we would want. And so I look forward to hearing the answers. I'm sure we had a method. I would just like to hear the method.
Mr. Tripp, I think this is following under Mr. Boku. Am I correct?
Yes, Director Boko, would you take this, please?
Yes, thank you, Don. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Again, Matthew Boko, General Services Director. So Mayor Pro Tem Sites, we did rerun the RFP process. We sent that out directly to 6 firms. In addition to sending it out to those 6 firms, we also listed it on DemandStar and several relevant bar associations and legal association listservs. We received 3 responses to that RFP process. As stated in the memo, we conducted interviews with those 3 proposers, and we asked them questions regarding their legal experience, their approach to responding to cases. And during that process, we also tried to determine their fit for our organization. And at the end of that, we did select Murray and McCarthy based on that their proposal met the requirements of the RFP, the experience level of the attorneys, and then the pricing of their proposal. So discussing the experience of Murray and McCarthy, I'll go into that just a little bit. That Tyler Murray and Michelle McCarthy have over 20 years of trial litigation experience. This is at the federal, district court, county court, tax court, and probate court level. Ms. McCarthy has over 5 years of criminal trial experience. One of the key team members for Murray and McCarthy is Joe McCatton, who served as the lead public defender for the City of Westminster Municipal Court for 3 years. During his time, Joe oversaw the successful resolution of over 2,000 cases. Mr. McCatton also trained and supervised several attorneys who served in the role of public defender. And Mr. McCatton also served on the city's task force that helped create and establish the Westminster Wellness Court. So after going through all of that, through the process, Mayor Pro Tem Sites, we are fully confident in this firm's ability to provide public defender services for the City of Westminster Municipal Court. So any additional items I could address?
Hang on a minute, Matt. Ms. Sites, did that answer your questions?
Thank you, Mr. Boko. That is very helpful. I appreciate you indulging my questions. I think we can all agree that ensuring that any defendant has due process is something that we value and take seriously. So I appreciate your effort to making sure and evaluating who would be the appropriate group to award the contract. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Voles, you had a comment or a question?
A couple quick questions. I'll be very brief. This is a 6-month contract instead of a 12-month contract. Can you explain that process and why? And then also, how will we measure their effectiveness? I'm not quite sure. This is somewhat new for me. How do we measure their effectiveness and how they're performing in 6 months or a year from now? Thank you very much. Because this is I would associate myself with Mayor Pro Tem Sites. This is very important, and I think we need to do a good job on this. And how do we measure that? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councilor Voles. To the first question regarding the 6-month contract, we did that simply to align future renewals of this contract to the city's fiscal year. So we'll have it for 6 months, then we'll be on a calendar year from that point forward, which is helpful in renewal. In regards to the second question, we rely on the judicial officers, the presiding judge and the associate judge's observation of the public defenders in court. And also the court administrator works with the law firm continually regarding feedback, and we try to have a very interactive, engaged process with them to determine how they are serving their clients and our court.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Boko, for that answer. Thank you.
Welcome.
Are there other questions or comments from council on item 8B regarding the public defender service contract? If there are no other questions, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Parker, please roll call vote.
Certainly. Counselor Demott,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sites,
Yes.
Counselor Seymour,
Yes.
Counselor Scully,
Yes.
Counselor Smith,
Yes.
Counselor Voles,
Yes.
and Mayor Atchison.
Yes. Thank you, council. The motion carries on a 7-0 vote. Moving on to the next item, item number 9, appointments and resignations. We have a item on 9A. This is for the Metro Wastewater Reclamation District Board of Directors reappointment. And trying to make sure where I'm at. Mr. Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to appoint Stephen Gay, Utility Operations Manager, Public Works and Utility Department, to the Metro Wastewater Reclamation District Board of Directors with the term of office effective July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2022.
Ms. Sykes.
Second.
They have a motion and a second. Are there any discussions by any member of the council in regards to this appointment? Just for the public, this is not a new item, but this is a reappointment to Mr. Gay, who's been serving in that role for the past year. Mr. Voles, you have a comment?
Yeah, I just want to say that I've had the opportunity to work with Mr. Gay during my time on council, and he's always been very responsive, dedicated, hardworking. I'm very glad to support this, and I want to thank him for taking on these extra duties of serving on this reclamation board. So I'll gladly vote yes for this tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Other comments from the council in regards to item 9A? Hearing none, Ms. Parker, roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Sites,
Yes.
Counselor Seymour,
Yes.
Counselor Scully,
Yes.
Counselor Smith,
Yes.
Counselor Voles,
Yes.
Mayor Atchison,
Yes.
and Counselor Demott.
Yes.
Thank you, council. The motion carried on a 7-0 vote. We appreciate Stephen's work and ask that he continue to represent us just as high value of what he's done for the city as we go forward. The next item on the agenda is item 10A. This is resolution number 21. Ms. Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to adopt resolution number 21, authorizing the city manager to accept Highway Safety Improvement Program grant from the Colorado Department of Transportation and a Community Mobility Planning and Implementation grant from the Denver Regional Council of Governments for the US 36 Bikeway Ramp / Intersection Improvements Project.
Ms. Scully.
I second.
I have a motion and a second for item 10A of resolution number 21. Is there any comments or questions from council in regards to this item? Mr. Voles?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This, to me, is a really important project. It's part of our mobility plan. It's in the top tier of our mobility plan, and it increases connectivity, safety, and I just think it's really important. And I would like to ask whoever on staff, did I read the report right for tonight's packet that we're contributing $17,000 in investment in city funds and receiving grants from CDOT and DRCOG, Denver Regional Council of Governments, to the tune of about $193,000. Is that roughly correct?
Mr. Tripp?
I'd love to report that, but I'll pass the honor to Dave Downing because this is a fun answer to give.
Mr. Downing, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mayor. It's Dave Downing, Community Development Director, but it's so much fun that I'm going to pass the honor to Transportation Engineer Klein, who has been instrumental in the various projects that are going to occur along US 36. Heath is on the line to answer that question.
Thank you, Mr. Downing. Good evening, Council and Mayor. Yes, Councilor Bowles. Heath Klein here, Transportation Engineer. You are correct. The city is responsible for roughly $17,000, a little bit more than that, and we will receive $192,000 to make a grand total project of $210,000. The HSIP grant, the Highway Safety Improvement Program, that is all essentially federally funded, but the Community Mobility Planning and Implementation Grant, that one is for $100,000 where we did have to do a match. So tonight we are trying to put both of those together to address the safety and mobility concerns for the US 36 bikeway at Church Ranch Boulevard, one of the 2 at-grade crossings of the US 36 bikeway. So we are very excited to do this project.
Well, thank you for that answer. Well said. And I want to commend staff for their work on this. This is very important for connectivity and safety with and commuting. I noticed in the packet a number of the bikers, it's over 500 per day, use that, and a high percentage are commuters. So that's what we want to see, people out of their cars and commuting on a bicycle. And if we make it safe and we connect it, we have wayfinding signs, which is all part of this grant package. I think it's wonderful. Thank you very much, Mr. Klein and Mr. Downing and your whole team. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from council? Seeing no other comments or questions coming in on action of resolution number 21, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Parker, if you would do the roll call.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
Councilor Scully.
Yes.
Councilor Smith.
Yes.
Councilor Bowles.
Yes.
Mayor Atchison.
Yes, please.
Councilor Demott.
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Sites.
Yes.
Good. Thank you, council. Moving on to the next item. This is item 10B. This is Council's Bill number 22. Ms. Scully.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to pass Councilor's Bill number 22 on first reading to appropriate grant funds to be received from the Colorado Department of Transportation and the Denver Regional Council of Governments for the US 36 Bikeway Ramp Intersection Improvements Project.
Ms. Smith.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on Council's Bill number 22? Seeing no discussion, we'll move forward with the motion and a second on Council's Bill number 22. Ms. Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Scully.
Yes.
Councilor Smith.
Yes.
Councilor Bowles.
Yes.
Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Councilor Demott.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sites.
Yes.
And Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Council. The motion carries on a 7-0 vote. Moving on to the next item is Council's Bill number 23. Mr. Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Councilor Bill number 23 on first reading, implementing water, sewer, and reclaimed water rate adjustments for 2021 by amending sections 8-7-7 and 8-8-5 and 8-12-7 of the Westminster Municipal Code effective January 1st, 2021, and amending section 8-7-9 of the Westminster Municipal Code effective upon passage of second reading.
Ms. Smith,
Second.
I have a motion and a second in regards to Council's Bill number 23. Are there any comments or questions from council? Mr. Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to, I know I got an answer to the question I sent in earlier, but I'd like to put it on the record. So one of the things that this bill does, besides freeze the rates at 0% for water and wastewater next year, is also flatten the disconnect fee to $45, which I appreciate the work that the team has done on that. I know that's something that was brought up when we started looking at rates some months back before the COVID situation hit us. So could staff explain to me exactly how that goes down as far as those disconnect? And my question was, is there some sort of grace period? And I'd like to know the actual policy, or if it's part of the ordinance, as far as what that policy is. If, say, somebody who has, you know, a good paying record and they hit hard times and they miss a month and they get disconnected and they catch up, you know, when does that $45 flat fee kick in for the disconnects?
Mr. Tripp.
Councilor Demott, thanks for the opportunity to talk about this, publicly. Appreciate that and appreciate the question. Public Works Utilities Director Kirschbaum, would you please handle this?
Don, we had a multi-department innovation team that has been working on various utility billing items. This particular one, I think, would be best answered by either Finance Director Tammy Hitchens or Treasury Manager Bob Bayerhoff. I know one or both of them is on as well.
Ms. Hitchens, are you still with us?
I am. So yes, thank you. So the the utility billing staff has some discretion when it comes to that, and it's not unlike in any other place where you call, and if you have a demonstrated history of of good payment, good making your payments on time, and you miss something once, then they have the discretion to be able to waive that fee or waive the late fee based on the circumstances. But it is in the code that talks about when the bills are due, when and then when they're late, and then when the actual shutoffs are actually when the water is actually shut off for non-payment. So that is actually in the ordinance. But there is a bit of discretion that's given to the revenue service representatives for that. And again, we try to work with people to be fair, but on the other hand, to be fair to all ratepayers, because we do have to send people out to actually shut the water off, and that costs us money to do that, to be able to send folks out. That is why why there is a disconnect fee.
Sure. Oh, okay, great. And couple comments, and this isn't I'm not willing to hold this up in order to have these changes made, but one of the things that I brought up those same months back when we talked about this issue was, with the ordinance, I feel that I believe it's 45 days from bill date to disconnect. I really would like us to continue to evaluate whether or not that's too aggressive. And if maybe that needs to be adjusted. And I know we talked about that in the past, and we kind of had put a hold on the water discussion. And so I am glad to see that you did some different work besides just freezing the rate, and I appreciate that proactive approach on this. But I would like us to further evaluate that as we go into next year. With that, the only other comment that I'd say is, again, thank you for being proactive on this. I know that everybody is well aware that I very much am have stayed in tune with water rates, and it's still something that I would like to see us do more work on to help our residents past COVID, because I think it was an issue before COVID, but I'm glad that we're able to help our residents in the instance of COVID and how hard it's hit our economy and our residents. So I appreciate the work on this, and I'm excited to support this action.
Ms. Sykes?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to also take a second to really highlight what exceptional work staff did that allows us to have the space to make this take this action today. So staff is able, through cost savings, including refinancing some of our bonds, they were able to make a budget where we will be able to hit our minimally responsible repairs and improvements on our infrastructure without having a rate increase. So one of the things that allowed us to do this is our exceptional bond rating, the highest that you can get, and that is due to the strong stewardship of our Public Works Department, making sure that we have a solvent and sound enterprise fund. So thank you for everyone and for all your years of hard work that are allowing us to recognize the need of our community and respond responsibly.
Other comments from any members of council? Mr. Voles?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A week ago at a meeting where this was first discussed, I'd ask, leading up to that meeting, what kinds of innovations and what kind of cost savings do our staff work on? How do we look to save ratepayers money? What kinds of innovations are throughout the department? And just today I received a full list of a lot. It is not exhaustive. It's some of the list of what they're doing and what they daily do on a monthly, daily, weekly, annual basis to work on that and keep that at the forefront. It was 13 pages of small type of the kind of projects they're doing. So I want to commend staff for continuing, and I want to encourage them to continue to look for ways to save our ratepayers money. We're talking about rates tonight, and I think it's important to commend staff, and that's why I brought it up in the first place. So thank you for that. I plan to share that with a lot of people who have contacted me about different issues related to water. So thank you, staff, and keep up the good work. I plan to support this tonight.
Ms. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question for staff. May I ask if, since we're doing this for the 1-year cycle, since we're keeping that congruent with our budget cycle in its entirety, will we do another 1-year cycle to catch us up to that 2-year process? Or will we start our 2-year process in 2022? If you could walk me through that, that would be helpful.
Mr. Tripp?
I wasn't at your meeting last week, but I know there was a discussion about having a series of some meetings to talk about the future and the need of the water utility and its cost. And I think the thing I'd like to say on the record tonight is that the staff is very, very interested and hopeful to be able to work with council to bring everybody along together as to how to best fund the utility moving forward. With that discussion, Councilor Smith, I think we'd want to talk about what the cycle looked like beyond this 1 year. And I wouldn't want to commit to anything specifically now because we'd like to provide you with all the information and get your feedback as to what, as to how you'd like to deal with that moving forward.
Okay, thank you very much. If it is only 1 year, I realize it's difficult to know where we're going to be at after everything settles and we really truly have a snapshot of where we are. I hope that we can continue our compassionate response to not necessarily double the rates to where we need to be or what they were proposed to be originally coming up for the next 2 years. So I really appreciate all the work that staff has done to provide that compassionate response to this. And I'm supportive of a 0% increase, and much like Councillor Demott, we need to be continuing to look at innovative ways, just like what we did through this. I'm not sure if our rates for refinancing were, they must have been better to help provide that that cash flow to be necessary in order to keep us in good standing with our bonds. But thank you for this work. I am supportive of this initiative, so thank you.
Other comments from council? Seeing no other comments, this is resolution number 23. Ms. Parker, if you would take the roll.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Smith.
Yes.
Councillor Bowles.
Yes.
Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Councillor Demott.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sites.
Yes.
Councillor Seymour.
Yes.
Councillor Scully.
Yes.
Thank you, council. Based on the roll call vote, we have a 7-0 vote on Councilor's Bill number 23. Moving on to the next item, item 10D. Mr. Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to authorize the city manager to execute and implement the First Amendment to the intergovernmental agreement with Regional Transportation District to construct and maintain one bike and ride shelter at the Sheridan Station with an additional $46,080 in construction cost, increasing from the original $26,920 to total authorized construction cost not to exceed $73,000 and annual maintenance cost of $5,000.
Ms. Smith.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for item 10D. Is there any comments or questions from council? Seeing none from council, Ms. Parker, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Bowles.
Yes.
Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Councillor Demott.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sites.
Yes.
Councillor Seymour.
Yes.
Councillor Scully.
Yes.
And Councillor Smith.
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion carries on a 7-0 vote. Moving on to the next item on the agenda is item E1. It's an IGA with which is approved and adopted originally as resolution number 6. So this again is item 10E1. Mr. Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve the amended intergovernmental agreement originally approved and adopted as resolution number 6 on February 12th, 2018 between the City of Westminster and the Colorado Department of Transportation pertaining to the receipt of $192,790 from the Colorado Department of Transportation for the US 36 Bikeway Ramp Intersection Improvement Project.
Ms. Smith.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion by council on this item? Ms. Scully, did you have a comment?
No, sir, I did not. Thank you.
Ms. Seitz, did you have a comment? Never mind, I just got your other one. Is there any other comments or questions by council in regards to item 10E1? Seeing none, Ms. Parker, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Councillor Demott.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sites.
Yes.
Councillor Seymour.
Yes.
Councillor Scully.
Yes.
Counselor Smith,
Yes.
and Counselor Bowles.
Yes.
Thank you, council. That motion passes on a 7-0 vote. Mr. Seymour, would you take item E2, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I move to authorize the payment of $17,210 to the yet to be selected contractor for the project as part of the local agency matching funds requirement.
Ms. Smith,
Second.
we have a motion and a second for item 10E2. Any comments or questions from council? All right, seeing none, Ms. Parker, item 10E2, please.
Counselor Demott. I believe that was a yes from Counselor Demott. Mayor Pro
Yeah.
Tem Sights.
Yes.
Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
Counselor Scully.
Yes.
Counselor Smith.
Yes.
Counselor Bowles.
Yes.
And Mayor Atchison.
Yes. Thank you, council. The motion passes on a 7-0 vote. Next item up is item 10F. Ms. Sights.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to authorize the city manager to amend the contract with Concrete Express, Inc. in the amount of $5,466,624 for construction manager general contractor services for Westminster Station Park Phase 1 Nature Playground, bringing the project amount from $247,625 for pre-construction services to $5,714,249 for the guaranteed maximum price, plus an additional 5% contingency in the amount of $285,715 for a total authorized expenditure of $5,999,964.
Ms. Scully,
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion by council on item 10F? Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple questions here. Has this always been the price for bid for $5.7 million? And let's see here. Do we feel that the 5% contingency on that amount is enough for a contingency for the size of this project? And then my other concern is that was the RFP for the whole job or just the phase 1? And how do we know that we're getting a good price if we go with Concrete Express and an RFP isn't done? What exactly are the savings with Concrete Express? And why didn't we have an RFP for the whole thing if it was just for the phase 1 of the project? Is this for just slab of concrete, or does this involve all the engineering, all the building that includes the concrete process? And then are we compliant with ADA with this nature playground when all said and done? And then can you walk me through what it would be if we would, what would be a cost for an RFP process? So I know that's a lot, so I can repeat it as we go if you didn't get all of that, but those are my questions.
Mr. Tripp.
I think those questions could be both city engineering and Parks, Recreation, Libraries. So I'll ask Dave Downing to maybe direct traffic on this and try to answer questions, and we may come back to you, Counselor, to make sure we've covered everything.
Great, thank you.
Hi, it's Dave Downing. Could we take those one at a time, Counselor?
Yep. The proposed cost for this project? Has that always been around 5.7 million?
Okay, I believe for specifics on this project, I think Nicole Ankeny is on the line who can answer questions about cost.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and councilors and City Manager's office. This is Nicole Ankeny, and I'm a senior landscape architect with Parks, Recreation, and Libraries, and I serve as the project manager for this project. The amount, close to $6 million, the guaranteed maximum price, was determined through a negotiation process that is wrapped into our city standard contract for CMGC services. So the bidding portion, you are correct, the RFP was for pre-construction services with the intent to issue this guaranteed maximum price, which then of course goes to council for construction approval. So the intent of doing CMGC is always to continue with the same contractor unless there are issues identified during the process that deem the contractor potentially unfit to continue.
Okay.
So the price of $6 million was determined through this process and value engineering back and forth with staff and the design team and the contractor. So that number wasn't part of the pre-construction services agreement, and that's how we came to those numbers.
And do we feel that that 5% contingency on that large of a project is sufficient?
Yes, it is unusual to have that low of a contingency, but because we are using the CMGC process, even though we have this contract before you tonight, the CMGC process allows us to continue value engineering. So as we go, we will continue to identify areas of cost savings on this. And if I may, try to get into one of your next questions, which is really why you don't bid it, do a low bid after pre-construction services. And essentially a CMGC process is really best for very unique projects that are not standardized. This project is so custom that we have some knowledge of some other agencies that have gone the low bid direction. And because there is such a level of customization, it's really hard to rein in costs because a lot of those costs can come in after the low bid is accepted and you're actually under construction. A lot of the stuff that we need to do is field fit, which happens on the site and can't be captured in the same way on a low bid. For standard projects where the specifications and the details are pretty easy to understand and a somewhat universal understanding amongst many contractors is possible, then you do receive a benefit from that low bid procurement method. In this case, it is extremely unique and custom, and we were fearful that we would have some emergency huge change orders if we went with a low bid product and procurement system.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I'm very aware of this form of design build and this type of contract. It's interesting how we've done it in phases though, and not for an entire bid. Do you feel confident though that Concrete Express can provide the level of service that we would require of our contractors to produce this nature playground in its entirety in the budget allotted?
Yes, I feel very comfortable with Concrete Express. They have worked with us on a number of projects. They were the CMGC contractor for the for Westminster Station Park, all of the grading and drainage improvements. And so they have already worked with us on this particular park, and they have done an outstanding job in coordinating with the design team as well as with staff. So they are very well versed in both heavy civil construction and some small vertical work that includes the pavilion. You know, they worked with us on other features on the north side of the train tracks, and just many features throughout the Westminster Station corridor. So I feel very confident in their abilities.
Thank you.
Councilor, if I may weigh in, it's Dave Downing again. I know I can speak on behalf of the staff of community development and probably on behalf of Director Kirschbaum. Both of our departments have used Concrete Express in the past with great results, so they certainly have our endorsement.
Very good. Thank you for that. Just a couple more questions. Is this nature playground ADA compliant? And then if we were to go out for a full bid, what would an RFP cost? I understand that it could vary depending on the project, but if you could kind of walk me through that, of what an RFP cost would cost the city, that would be helpful.
Yes, I'll start with your ADA question first. This will absolutely be not only compliant, but we are taking it to the next level and making this playground to be as inclusive as possible. It is a unique situation where we are able to provide a fair amount of grade change by having kind of a mini mountain and a series of tree houses with bridges. In addition, we have sand play and water play. All areas will be ADA accessible. So what that means from a playground design standpoint is that you will actually have kids as well as parents or guardians that experience disability be able to get to the highest point in a playground, which is generally very difficult to do. So in this case, we are really trying to take things to the next level and have graduated play where people, kids of all different ages and abilities can really use this and have an amazing time.
Thank you. And then that last question of what it would cost us if we went out for an RFP process.
Yes, I don't have an actual hard cost for you on what that looks like to put this project essentially on hold while we were to go through a low bid type process, but I can tell you what it would do is potentially put our existing grants in jeopardy. We are already under at least 3 agreements for grants. We have $506,000 from Adams County Open Space. We have $350,000 through Great Outdoors Colorado. We also received a donation of $200,000 from the Westminster Legacy Foundation, which does include some granting funds from the Colorado Health Foundation, and a few numerous other entities. So if we are to put this project out to bid, we are going to lose a lot of time and potentially jeopardize those relationships. This project has taken us additional time because it is so unique and so complex. And I do still have the fear that if we were to put the CMGC process on hold and go to a low bid scenario, you could have contractors that are very interested in the work, but maybe do not have quite the qualifications or the flexibility that they can work with staff and inspectors in the field to truly make this what has been the city's intent.
Great. Well, thank you so much for your help in answering my questions. I know this is a hard-earned project that we've been working on for several years. And I think it will be exciting when all said and done. And I realize that there's lots of challenges in this area for building and maintaining this type of park. So thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate it.
Just a short follow-up to Councilor Smith. This is phase 1 of several phases that will be done over the next few years. But to Nicole's point, something this complex that has this much specificity to it that can't be early defined on a set of drawings leaves us very open to mandated contract changes that we could not anticipate. But by having a guarantee on the cost of this, we know that the contractor has accepted the risk and that they understand that unless there's a major unforeseen issue, they are not going to be guaranteed the opportunity for submitting any change orders on this project. Ms. Seitz, you had a comment.
So I have to say I'm incredibly excited to be moving forward with this project. I think this allows for some geographic distribution of Westminster's world-class parks throughout our community. I think that the fact that we have so many granting agencies that believe in this site, believe in this vision, and have put their dollars forward to make it a reality really speaks to it. The nature playground is going to be something that I believe will be a regional draw. I think it will complement the investment that the city of Westminster has made at our station and ultimately assist in the economic development of that portion of our city. So I'm very thankful. And I also want to say I really do appreciate staff using their expertise and best professional discretion to determine the right way to award this bid amount. And while it may not be common practice some places to do these in phases, I can say over the last 6 years that I've been on council here in Westminster, we frequently do large projects in phases where it will be pre-construction and then come back to us for awarding or approving the allocations for the construction phase of the contract. So really appreciate how this is done, and I'm excited for the community that it's moving forward. Thank you so much for your work, Nicole. This is something I'm passionate about. And this is a big deal. We don't build huge parks every day. So thank you very much. I'm excited to get to vote yes tonight.
Mr. Vols.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also want to echo just exactly what Mayor Pro Tem Seitz just said. So I'll be very brief, but because I don't want to repeat everything, but this is a tremendous investment in our city's south side. So the amount of effort, and this will be a signature attraction that we can all be proud of. It's on our south side, and it's going to boost that community. It's going to be a great attraction for the new Westminster Station community and all of historic Westminster. So I also am very pleased that this is on our agenda tonight, and I plan to support it. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions on item 10F? Seeing no other comments, Ms. Parker, would you please do the roll call?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem Seitz.
Enthusiastically, yes.
Councillor Seymour.
Yes.
Councillor Scully.
I'm with Mayor Pro Tem Seitz, enthusiastically excited, yes.
Councillor Smith.
Yes.
Councillor Vols.
I'm excited to vote yes. Thank you.
Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
And Councillor Demott.
Yes.
Thank you, Council. This item carries on a 7-0 vote. We have just finished item 10F. We still have a number of items and some lengthy discussion left for us tonight. We've had a request for a bio break. By my watch, it's approximately 10:26. I'll ask everybody to be back in about 7 to 8 minutes. At this time, we are on a recess. All right, Ms. Parker, will you see if everyone's returned yet?
Yes, sir. Sir Demott? Mayor Pro Tem Sights?
Yes.
Counselor Seymour?
Yes.
Counselor Scully?
Yes.
Counselor Smith?
Yes.
Counselor Bowles?
Yes.
And Counselor Demott? I believe you were just waiting.
Okay,
Mayor.
we'll wait on Mr. Demont.
I'm back.
Okay, so I think everybody's back now, Ms. Parker.
Correct.
Council, just a reminder, it's approximately 9:34. We have a normal stop at 10:30. We have a number of items left. I'll continue to monitor our progress, and then I may stop us and ask for a motion for an extension of time later as we get there. The next item on the agenda is item 10G. And if we have someone who's interested in that one, please let me know. Ms. Scully, go ahead.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I said yes before I had my computer back up. All right, I have it back up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to authorize the city manager to amend the contract with Matrix Design Group, Inc. in the amount of $164,807 for final design and construction observation services for Westminster Station Park, bringing the authorized project amount from $708,578 to $873,385. Sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Bowles?
I second the motion.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a motion and a second for item 10G. Are there comments or questions from council? Start with Ms. Sights.
No comments or question. That was just a second.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Any other members of council have a comment or question on item 10G? Ms. Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm trying to pull up my, okay. May I ask what the reasoning is behind the third contract amendment?
Certainly, Counselor Smith. Nicole Ankeny, would you handle this, please?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, the reasoning behind the third amendment is that we are still continuing through the design process, and we did a substantial amount of value engineering in concert with Concrete Express. Part of the challenge of this site has been that we've had to go through everything from zoning change and land use designation to working with our Public Works and Utilities Department, as well as Crestview. We have a number of utilities, specifically sanitary sewer easements that go through this. And all of this coordination and collaboration has just landed to additional costs for the design team. This project has, because of these complications, has also taken a bit longer to get to this point. And that's the reason that the fees are before you this evening.
Okay, I'm still a little leery on that 5% contract or contingency, seeing that there's so much that we haven't even done in the field when we start constructing, how much things might change then. So can you walk me through how much we are already into this project, how much altogether we've spent thus far?
So the approximate total would be the grand total for Matrix Design Group that's before you this evening, as well as CEI. There is also, I have a handful of very small contracts. For example, we have contracts for a security system for the card reader system, and that's, you know, within our purchasing policy. So we're, you know, in the neighborhood of roughly $7 million. But please note that we do have a series of grants that help offset those costs. We've been trying to the best of our ability to really maximize on the city funds and seek additional funds to help try to bring this project through construction.
Thank you. And then my last question, and this might be more for Parks and Rec, but will residents need to receive a permit to use the grills and or reserve areas at this nature playground?
Though we haven't made any specific decisions on that, it is highly likely that we will have at least some times where this picnic area is reservable. So of course that is still under consideration, and I will be working with the rest of our PRL team, but we did design this in a way that we could have flexibility and have rentable space and also space that's available first come, first serve. Right now, the way that the design is laid out is that it would be very easy to have the picnic pavilion as a rentable space, but we are still offering a number of seating places and small picnic tables throughout the development. Because it is such a large playground, it's really best to have a number of seating options because every kid likes to play in a different area. And so you want to be able to have the parents or guardians, grandparents, and, you know, older siblings be able to participate and watch their, you know, younger brothers or sisters go down the slide and so forth. So we're trying to really spread out the different site furnishings so that that will help to some extent if we still are under some of these COVID regulations, but it also helps give a couple different seating opportunities so it's not all just concentrated in one area that might be booked for a family picnic or company party.
Great. Well, thank you for answering my questions. That's all.
And Nicole, I would go back to some of the work that we originally did on this project. This goes back to some of our contributors like Adams County, GOCO, and others. But this is not just a Westminster park, but this is very much a regional park because of the donations that we've had from people outside of Westminster. Other comments or questions on this item from council? Ms. Scully, you have a question or a comment?
I have a comment, sir. Just wanted to thank the staff for all the work they've done on this park. This is going to be, I've been very excited about this park for a couple of years. I recently had the opportunity when I was helping my daughter celebrate her graduation. We went down to look at the lights on the TOD station, and I kind of walked through the park a little bit. It is a beautiful area. When it is finished, it is really going to represent us well here in Westminster. But I just wanted to say something about parks and in general are places of inclusivity. They are places where we gather together, and there are no restrictions. They're open to everyone. They create an equal playing ground, and I think that's what's beautiful about parks. And in light of the national situation and even our local situation, I think that it is just so, it is such an honor to be able to approve this tonight and celebrate this in our city. So thank you, staff, for all your hard work on this.
Other comments from council? Seeing no other comments, Ms. Parker, this is item 10G.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
Councilor Scully.
Yes.
Councilor Smith.
Yes.
Councilor Bowles.
Yes.
Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Councilor DeMott.
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Sights.
Yes.
Well, thank you, council. Item 10G passes on a 7-0 vote. Moving on to the next item. This is item 10H1. Mr. Vols.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 10H1. I move to authorize the reallocation of $200,000 from the miscellaneous storm drain improvement project account to the asset inventory and condition asset project account.
Ms. Scully.
A second.
I have a motion and a second for item 10H1. Are there any comments or questions from council? Ms. Sights.
Hi, I just wanted to quickly say I'm excited to vote yes on this. I think reading through the staff report, I was shocked to see, I believe it was 30% of our stormwater system is beyond 50 years old, which is the typical life expectancy. And also we need to accurately map our system. So this, by approving this tonight, we're going to be moving into going from that situation where we have 30% that we need to map, and that also is potentially at the end of its life expectancy, to be setting a state standard for really understanding our system. So I'm looking forward to this. I also want to take the moment to remind everybody that everything you put in your gutter ends up in our stormwater system, which is not treated and goes directly into our creeks. So let's help protect our little ducks and our fish and our riparian wildlife by being good stewards of our stormwater system.
Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple questions. Is this just an assessment, or will this include the engineering to replace? And then the other question is, what's the value of doing two amendments versus one contract?
Mr. Tripp.
Yes, Mr. Downing or Mr. Hawthorne, please.
This, Mr. Downing, I will attempt to answer, but allow our stormwater utility administrator, Andrew Hawthorne, to add to it. I'll answer your second part of your question first about phasing. This was a decision that staff recommends. It is a very, very large mapping and assessment effort. Agenda memo, the number of miles of pipe and the thousands of manholes and storm inlets that will be first located, then mapped. It's a great number of appurtenances, but not only that, as you might imagine, some of this stuff is going to be hard to find. You know, it's going to be in the lowland, marshy area, buried under 50 years worth of silt. So it's not a fun project. We're breaking it up just so that we can have money within our annual appropriations in the stormwater utility to do some other things that might be emergency projects that need to be done. We didn't want to spend all of our money, all of our annual appropriation on this one project. Your second question was, is there design engineering associated with this? And I'm pretty sure the answer is no. This assessment will help us to identify priorities for future design and construction projects. But at this time, I'd like Andrew to chime in and give his insight on that.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. This is Andrew Hawthorne. I'm the Stormwater Utility Administrator for the city. And to address your first question, Councilor Smith, It is an assessment of the stormwater system infrastructure citywide. It does not include any engineering at this point. Our goal here is to look for the most critical problems and then pursue engineering design work. For your second question, just to add to what Mr. Downing said, we're trying to break this up over several years to manage our budget more efficiently. And we do fully expect to find quite a bit of cost savings, because in this instance, we're taking an approach of finding the worst and then working towards the best. And when we get towards the best, the cost will diminish because there is no work to do, essentially. Does that answer your questions to your satisfaction?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there other comments or questions in regards to item 10H1? Seeing no other comments or questions from council, Ms. Parker, 10H1, please.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Scully. Yes. Counselor Smith.
Yes.
Counselor Voles.
Yes.
Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Counselor Demott.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sights.
Yes.
And Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
Thank you, council. 10H1 passes on a 7-0 vote. Mr. Voles, would you take care of 10H2, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to authorize the city manager to execute an engineering services contract with HDR Engineering Incorporated for the stormwater infrastructure assessment in the amount of $750,000 with an option for 1-year amendments in 2021 and 2022 in the additional amounts of $1,200,000 in 2021 and $604,176 in 2022, subject to annual appropriation and consultant performance. Thank you.
Ms. Scully?
I second.
I have a motion and a second for item 10H2. Comments or questions from council? Seeing no comments or questions, Ms. Parker, 10H2, please.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Smith.
Yes.
Counselor Bowles.
Yes.
Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Counselor Demott.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sights.
Yes.
Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
And Counselor Scully.
Yes.
Thank you, council. Item 10H2 passes on a 7-0 vote. Moving on to the next item. This is item 10I. Mr. Seymour?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Move to authorize the city manager to enter into a sole source agreement with HER Engineering, Inc. to provide hydraulic modeling services on an as-needed basis for water and wastewater pipeline systems in the amount not to exceed $300,000 over the next 3 years.
Ms. Smith?
Second.
I have a motion and a second for item 10I. Are there questions or comments from council? Seeing no questions or comments, Ms. Parker, item 10I, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Bowles.
Yes.
Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Counselor Demott.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sights.
Yes.
Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
Counselor Scully,
Yes.
and Counselor Smith.
Yes.
Thank you, council. Item 10I passes on a 7-0 vote. Next item on the agenda is item 10J. Ms. Sights,
Thank you. I move to authorize the city manager to execute an amendment. Sorry, there's some feedback. I move to authorize the city manager to execute an amended contract with White and Smith LLC for this company's service on Code Forward, adding $131,120 to the existing contract of $323,641, and authorize a project contingency of $10,800 for a total authorized expenditure with the firms of $465,561, notwithstanding any other city council action that could increase this amount.
Mr. Vols.
I second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Before I ask council if they have any questions, Mr. Tripp, can you bring us up to date on some items on this one?
I can. This is an item that was in front of the council. It's post-COVID because I know we were meeting virtually as we are today. And there were some questions, there were many questions that came up. The council was not ready to take action on it and wanted more information. One of the things that the staff did just today is listened to the previous tape of that conversation. And Dave Downing, the Community Development Director, wants to address one thing that we wish we had put in the agenda memorandum because it relates to a question that Councilor Jawad asked. If you wouldn't mind, Director Downing, please address that issue.
Thank you, Mr. Tripp. The item that Mr. Tripp was referring to was at the April 27th City Council meeting, when both this item and the next item on the agenda regarding a Harris Park plan task associated with Code Forward were combined into one agenda memo on the 27th that generated a lot of comments and questions among council. And staff sensed that perhaps some of the counselors or all of the counselors might not have a problem with one portion of the proposed amendment, but did have a problem with another. So for tonight's actions, just to make it very clear, we have separated these two items into two separate agenda memos. But specifically what Mr. Tripp was talking about, when we reviewed the tape, we heard at least one counselor on the April 27th expressed a desire for a study session to review, if not both of these items, at least the Harris Park portion. You will notice on your agenda memo for the next item coming up about Harris Park, there was a bullet point there under the summary statement that suggested that staff would conduct a study session presentation to council once the draft Harris Park plan has been fully prepared. That's merely a suggestion, just a conversation to see if council is comfortable with that approach. Otherwise, we have several staff members here available to answer any questions that council may have on these next two items.
All right, Mr. DeMott.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for going back and double checking those tapes today. One of the other things that I recall us asking about, so maybe you can so I make sure I'm not off here. How does the sign code fold into the Westminster Forward in this first action?
So let me go ahead and attempt to answer that. My impression here is the sign code is separate from the code forward, which is the item that's in front of you tonight. Certainly, it is part of Westminster Forward. With your indulgence, Councilor, maybe I'll expand on the sign code, because I did anticipate that there might be questions generated about it tonight. Due to the COVID-19 crisis that we're facing, and specifically dealing with many of our businesses on trying for a recovery process that we can have, staff feels the need to have further discussion with many of our stakeholders, specifically from the business community, to see how the sign code can best serve our community during our economic recovery. You know, a lot of the focus right now is not necessarily on the permanent signs addressed in the sign code, but we're getting a lot of questions on temporary signage, which makes sense as businesses attempt to recover. I can tell you this, city staff is not actively enforcing any violations of the temporary signage in our sign code, unless there are health or safety issues associated with those violations. We certainly want to do our best to assist our business community, and I just think it's going to take some more discussions with them about perhaps do we have some kind of interim code to assist with the recovery that maybe evolves into something on a permanent basis.
And that's fair. And I kind of understood that. And I guess the thing that's kind of blurry to me on all this, and probably the reason why you separated item J and K, is it seems like it's kind of the same groups who's doing a lot of this work. Is that correct? Or is it the same group who's doing the sign code?
This is Andrew.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Andrew Spurgeon to weigh in on that. He might be able to provide better clarity.
Yes, Dave, thank you. This is Andrew Spurgeon, Principal Planner in Community Development. Councilor DeMott, we appreciate the question. Code Forward, which is for our development code, and Harris Park, which is a neighborhood plan, those are wrapped into one contract with White and Smith LLC. And they do have Winter and Company out of Boulder as a sub-consultant for both projects. It is coincidental. There is a separate contract from this one with the same firm that's doing the sign code. But neither of these items are part of the sign code contract. It's a separate contract.
Okay, and I'm glad for the clarification, but I guess one of my big concerns with all of it is, and this, if you listen to the full tape from before, you probably heard some of this. Like, I guess some of my concern is, you know, and I understand COVID's been an extra wrench in the works, but you know, I feel like it's just not progressing the way that I would imagine it is, and I still, you know. Except for, I do think that we've made substantial work in the code forward piece, but I do think there's overlap, it seems, in all of these efforts. And I'm just concerned with this group, frankly, that some of the stuff isn't moving forward. And I guess, you know, even to what you stated, and I'll talk about it a little bit more in K about, you know, we've asked for certain information in study sessions, but you know, now this action's here in front of us again, and you know, that hasn't happened. So that's a tad bit frustrating, but you know, I'll have more questions once we get to the Harris Park one, but I appreciate the clarification between the sign code and code forward and Harris Park.
Other comments or questions from council? While you're thinking about it, in regards to this particular item, I think it's extremely important as we have people who are starting to look at investments, not only from builders and developers, but our homeowners as well, and looking at the code pieces that we have to come up with so that they understand what their requirements are going to be, is to get this code piece moved forward as expeditiously as we can so that people know how to plan and what code requirements they're going to have to build to. And without that moving forward, this is going to continue to be an issue with, well, if I start to invest in the city, regardless of who it's from, is what code am I going to be dealing with? What panel am I going to be dealing with? So at least for this particular item, I think it's important that we get this piece done, understanding that there's still a lot to be done on the separate piece, a separate contract, and dealing with sign code issues, which Mr. Downing and Spurgeon talked about, is that still needs a lot of time to sit and bake and get comments back from the business community before we make a decision on that. But I would encourage this council to look very favorably on 10J. I have my own concerns with the next item come up, and we'll deal with that when we get there. But I don't see us holding up the ability for people to understand what the requirements are going to be to do in any kind of building or renovation here in the city or investments in the city. So I think that would help us if we could at least get the code piece moving. Ms. Seitz?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Demont and I actually participated as members of council in a lot of these working groups. And I have to say, one thing that we heard loud and clear from the development community, regardless of the size, is that they're more than happy to comply with what our requirements are if our requirements are clear, easily understood, and consistent. And I think so asking for certainty, and I believe that, you know, fulfilling this code forward process is very important, as the mayor just mentioned, particularly as we recover, to provide that certainty. I know a lot of my colleagues here on City Council have been really concerned about smaller businesses being able to navigate our process. I think a lot of the work that will be encapsulated in this effort does level the playing field and make it easier for large multinational firms that have a whole legal team that can go through codes, or the mom and pop one-off that are going through to really understand. So I'm very supportive of going forward with this tonight, and look forward to voting yes.
Other comments or questions from council on item 10J? Seeing no other comments, Ms. Parker, item 10J, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We will begin with you. Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Councilor Demott.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Seitz.
Yes.
Councilor Seymour. Councilor Seymour.
My apologies, yes.
Councilor Scully.
Yes.
Councilor Smith.
Yes.
And Councilor Vols.
Yes.
Thank you, council. Item 10J passes on a 7-0 vote. Moving on to item 10K. Mr. Demott.
Along the lines of my comments before about us not getting that study session, that I'd like to see what the progress and actual action plan in light of many different plans that have been for that area. And I think there is a real desire for that area to, they participated in all these different meetings, but I'd really like to understand where we're at, and we haven't yet got that study session. And I understand some of the reasons why with COVID and stuff, but I would ask if my colleagues would be open to tabling this issue and setting a study session as soon as possible so we could get some of my questions answered before we vote on this.
All right. Ms. Seitz. I need to get this on the table or some kind before we can do anything with it.
Okay, so so I believe what Councilor Demont did not make a motion to table. What would you like me to do, Mr. Mayor?
Make a motion, and if we want to table it during the comments, we can do that.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion as it is written right now. I would be comfortable moving forward tonight, but I do appreciate my colleague's request. So I'm going to make the motion, but I'm happy to have council discussion here in a moment. So I apologize for the clumsy nature of it. I move to authorize the city manager to execute an amended contract with White and Smith LLC for the Harris Park Task Force identified within the current code forward contract, adding $34,230 to the existing task amount of $62,655 for a total authorized expenditure of $96,885 for the Harris Park task, bringing the total contract amount to $357,871, notwithstanding any other city council action that could increase this amount.
Ms. Scully?
I second.
Okay. Mr. Demott, I'm going to go back to you and let you make your comments again at this point now that we have it on the table to discuss.
Thank you, Mayor. Like I said, my objection is we put a pause on this and ask for a study session. We haven't got the study session, so I haven't got my questions answered. So I'm not sure if we were open to putting a hold on this before with the idea of a potential study session, you know, why we would move forward until we get the information so that we can have our questions answered and see where this is actually at, to see if it's, you know, we're gaining the value for the tax dollars that we're spending on it.
Okay. Ms. Seitz?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I do want to acknowledge the consistency of Councilor Demont's request. So I am by no means wanting to undercut that. I also, though, was comfortable prior to going forward with voting yes on this. And the reason being, this is a portion of Westminster that I truly believe is a huge asset. But has some, I guess, bureaucratic red tape because we have a different type of zoning in this area that really does, I think, limit some economic investment in the area. And I do think we really have wanted to make sure we have the fingerprint of the community on whatever plan unfolds there. And so there has been, in this portion of town, in historic Westminster, series and series of planning. And what I don't want to do is, on my watch, drop the follow through. And so I would like to see this through. I was with most of you, I think all of you really, at these community visioning sessions. And there was, I felt like, a lot of enthusiasm, you know, and a desire, expectations that we would follow through. And so I really am worried, especially as we're rebounding from COVID. I don't want to be part of putting this portion of our community at a disadvantage because we didn't invest in the planning now. I'd really like us to invest throughout our community, especially in our historic Westminster neighborhood. So I am prepared to vote yes tonight, but I understand if the majority of my colleagues would like to have that study session, and I agree that was where Councilor Demont was prior.
All right, Ms. Scully.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was comfortable moving forward with this tonight, but I want everybody on the council to feel comfortable with that movement. So I would feel comfortable tabling this. So I would like to make a motion that we table this discussion and we have a study session as soon as we can on this.
All right, I have a request to table the motion. Is there anyone who'd like to second that motion? Mr. Demott?
I would like to second that motion.
Okay. I've had a request for us to, we've had a motion to bring this forward. And during the discussion, we've had a request that there's more information needed, more opportunity for discussion, and we've had a motion and a second for this to be tabled. In the motion, it is not specific as to a date certain. Should that be then determined by council or by staff when they're ready to schedule this for a study session? Ms. Scully, I'll go.
Mr. Mayor, I
Go
don't
ahead.
mean to be rude, Mr. Mayor, and interrupt, but there's a motion on the floor right now. Don't I need to amend my motion?
I have a motion for that, but Mr. Frankel, let me turn to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dave Frankel, City Attorney. Because there was a motion originally made and seconded to approve, I think that we would need for that motion to be withdrawn. And in order to make the second motion, which is to table this item. So if the maker of the motion and that counselor that seconded it would be willing to withdraw the original motion, I think we could then consider the new motion to table.
All right. Ms. Sykes, you've heard the request from the city attorney and from the actually the seconder of your motion has now been the one to make the motion to table it. Would you like to withdraw your motion or do you want to go forward with a vote?
Prior to withdrawing it, I would prefer to hear from my colleagues because, as I've stated, I'm comfortable going forward. If the majority of my colleagues are also comfortable going forward, I don't see the need to delay this. I respect where my colleague, Councilor DeMont, is at, but I'm not at the same place. So I would invite further discussion before I would make that amendment.
All right, Ms. Scully, you were the seconder of the original motion, and then you're the one asking for the tabling. Are you withdrawing your second to that motion?
No, let's go forward with the conversation and see where we end up.
Okay, well, we need to, Mr.
So I
Frank.
continue with the second.
Okay, you're continuing with the second. All right, so
yeah.
Mr.
So if I
Frankel.
could, Mr. Mayor, Dave Frankel, City Attorney, if Councilor Scully withdraws her motion to table, I think the conversation could continue on the original motion.
Okay. I will withdraw my motion to table.
Mr. DeMott.
Yeah, I withdraw.
Okay. Trying to keep all this in order. Let me go back. Mr. Frankel. Mr. Seymour, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just continuing the conversation on the first part, I too have some concerns. I believe we have a great opportunity for the Harris Park plan, but some of our residents feel like they've been in continuous planning process for years. And so I'd like deeper details before we go on with this. And I think it's a situation where we can be more deliberative with this with more information. So I would appreciate the opportunity to have a study session.
All right, Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too would like to table the motion or table this vote because while I was and participated in these community meetings on a lot of them, I was in it in a community perspective and not as a counselor perspective. So I only had the information that was given at the meeting. So any opportunity to kind of fast forward as a collective whole to see where we're at start to finish, I would really appreciate, just being new on council, to really have a deeper understanding as far as what we are making decisions on. So this is really truly the only thing on our agenda that I really have reservations about and wasn't quite sure, which I'm glad we're having a discussion here. wasn't quite sure. So I would very much appreciate if we would be able to get more detailed information and just table it for another time.
Any other comments from council? Mr. Demott?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I was going to ask, do you need a motion for us to extend? We're getting close.
No, I'm watching it.
Okay.
Let's try to get this thing wrapped up.
The last thing that I would reiterate is just that I agree with everything that Mayor Pro Tem Sight said. My concern is like Councilor Seymour said, this has been going on for a while through multiple plans, and I think that that area is ready for something to happen. But they also want to make sure that this isn't just another plan that gets put into a drawer. So my intent is for us to make sure that the investment that we all think needs to happen and that the community is wanting actually happens. And so that was my desire in wanting to go through a study session and make sure this has the teeth that it needs to actually have an action plan to actually happen.
All right. Ms. Sykes?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, for the conversation. This is one of those interesting situations where I think actually we all have the same concerns and desires to want to be good advocates for the community. And my concern is that by delaying, we're actually increasing the likelihood of an unimplemented plan. But I do really respect Councilor Smith's comments that she wasn't in the capacity of a counselor when she was attending those, and she really would like a catch up. Or not a catch up, but really just let's all be on the same page before we go forward. And I was not thinking of the fact that she and Councilor Seymour were not on council prior. So while I'm comfortable going forward, I have to recognize that's because I've been at the table for a little bit longer on this one, and I will amend my motion.
And you will do what at the last part?
I said I am happy to amend my motion to table this to a future date.
Okay, Mr. Vols?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to add my 2 cents worth, I guess. I came in tonight prepared to vote in favor of this, so I supported it, was in favor of approving this tonight. But I do respect Councilor Demott and Seymour and Smith, and I understand their concerns. I know that Councilor Demott has been consistent about having a study session and digging deep into this Harris Park plan, so I support him on that. And I would say if we can table it, let's table it and to a study session soon and move forward and get some answers. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments before we try to bring this back to a closure? From my own personal standpoint, I would have been voting no on the moving forward with this plan. I think there's still too much unknown. And I'm not sure that even under the current plan that we have any developers or investors that are interested in that particular area at this time to be spending a lot more time and money on it. I am very comfortable saying, let's go back and look at this again in the future, whenever that might be. But we've had a request to amend the motion to bring this back to a study session. And I believe, Ms. Scully, I would need your motion to accept that amended motion.
I move to support. Okay. I'm not sure what I'm moving here. Am I moving to table or am I seconding the amendment?
To bring it back to another study session.
Councilor Scully, this is Dave Frankel speaking. Apologies for interrupting, but I think if you're willing, the question for you is, are you agreeable to the amendment to the motion that Mayor Pro Tem Sights proposed?
Yes, I am agreeable to the amendment.
Okay. Now, Mr. Frankel, do I vote on the amendment or do I vote on the motion as amended?
So yes, the motion as amended is now before council, as Councilor Scully, who originally seconded the motion, has agreed to its amendment. So the question now goes to full council for a vote.
All right, thank you. So what we're voting on at this point is to bring this item 10K back to the city council as a study session at some point in the future. And Mr. Tripp, I will leave that in you and council. Sorry, you and staff to let us know when you're ready for that and get it agendized, but hopefully as soon as it's ready. At this point, Ms. Parker, we have a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to be clear, this is a vote for
Bringing us back to study session.
all right, tabling item 10K until a future date after it has been presented at a city council study session. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilor DeMott.
Yes.
Councilor Seitz. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Seitz.
No, I was, it was just a delay with operator error, not title.
Apologies.
Yes.
Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
Councilor Scully.
Yes.
Councilor Smith.
Yes.
Councilor Voles.
Yes.
Mayor Atchison.
Yes. Thank you, Council. Item 10K is therefore tabled for a future date on a 7-0 vote. Council, at this time, I will ask you to look at the items that we still have left. Mr. Tripp, I know we still have a lot.
Mayor, you were breaking up there and I didn't hear all that you said. You froze up for a second. I think you were headed towards asking me about the next couple of items. You know, I think our COVID report tonight is not that lengthy. I really don't know on the legislative report. Those sometimes have been very brief, and based on the number of questions that we have and the conversation we have, they've been lengthy. So I would suggest that you take this out at least till 11 o'clock right now, and we shoot for trying to get both those items in the next 35 minutes.
Okay. So based upon the feedback we've had from staff, excuse me, make sure I got where I'm at. I think the next one up is Ms. Seitz, if you could lead us into a motion to extend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to extend until 11 o'clock p.m.
All right, Mr. Voles.
A second.
I have a motion and a second for an extension of approximately 30 minutes that we will revisit before the end of that if we do not finish in time. So I have a motion and a second for extension of 30 minutes. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion is carried. We will extend the meeting to 11 p.m. Going back to the item L, Mr. Tripp, if you could get our legislative staff to give us an update on where we're at and what's going on.
Yes, of course. Chris Lindsay leads that group. Chris, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Assistant City Manager Chris Lindsay, and joining me is Policy and Budget Analyst John Praisner. Just a couple of very brief bill updates this evening. Thank you for your quick action last week on responding to the position statement on the policing bill, Senate Bill 217. There were quite a number of amendments and fairly substantive amendments to that bill today in the committee of the whole in the Senate. Our staff and legal and the police department continue to review those amendments. I think we would recommend we continue with the amend position at the moment until we get a better look at all those amendments and the impacts therein. So limited update on Senate Bill 217 this evening.
So right now we already have a position. Is there any request to change that position? I know there from the Senate alone today there were 12 amendments offered, and some of that is still back working. Council, does anyone have any questions on this particular one at this time? Mr. Demott, I'll go to you.
I've heard that there's just a lot of movement on it, and that, you know, the city's been happy with the movement on it, is what I've heard in my circles. So is that, you know, is there information around what's changed that is, you know, meets our position?
So I'm not prepared to characterize the changes right now. We're honestly still reviewing them. A lot of them are fairly technical and quite legal. And we got the totality of the 12 amendments at 4:15 this afternoon. So we're still in the reviewing stage. I'm honestly not sure where you would have heard that from, but I don't think we're prepared to characterize the changes to the bill right now.
Do you have any idea of things where our lobbyists are still focusing on specifically, or it's just still totally up in there? I'm not real sure what's coming back.
So there are a couple of amendments that we've asked legal counsel to take a deeper look at. Amendment number 90 is one of the particular ones around use of force. But again, we're still reading these and trying to figure out the meaning of some fairly legalistic language.
Okay. Well, with that said, any idea with as fast as this is moving, like when you might have that review and be able to get it back to us?
I think within the next few days, we'll definitely be able to report back. We'll have to see the impacts as to whether or not staff recommends a change to the position.
All right. Well, I appreciate your work on it. I know it's moving fast and it's pretty important. So that's all my question.
And I would tell you, Mr. Demott, I don't think we're done seeing changes being proposed to this legislative. Even if it gets on the floor, I think we're going to see more activity on it. It's just very much of a fast-moving piece that has a lot of implications to every municipality, every county, and everything in law enforcement in the state, except for the state level people. And the financial impacts of this could be very large to municipalities, depending upon how these changes get implemented.
And I guess I would say, I think the amendments look favorable. It's just, you know, really the devil's in the details on these. So we need a pretty in-depth review with legal counsel to make sure they hit the requirements we were looking for.
Other comments on this particular item? This is again on legislation Senate Bill 217. All right, so, Mr. Lindsay, go ahead if you have something else.
So seeing none, I would just add before I hand it over to John, I really want to give a big shout out and thank you to our legislative delegation. They've all been working with us, and we've had a number of contact points with them over the past week as this bill has really gone very quickly. And I would definitely give specific thanks to Representative Tracy Kraft Tharp, who's really been in close contact with the city's lobbyist, Amy Atwood, and Representative Shannon Bird, who's been working really closely and been in contact with staff and the lobbyist.
Okay, Mr. Bowles, you had a comment?
Yeah, I want to also follow up on Mr. Lindsay's comment. Our delegation has been reached out to us and has been very open, and particularly Representative Bird has been tremendous, keeping us in the loop. I've talked to her probably 3 or 4 times a day about the movement of this bill. It appears that Councilor Demott is correct, that there's more of a bipartisan group of folks in favor of this legislation as it's moving through quickly. So that's a positive thing. Some of the people who opposed it very dramatically early on now say it's a bill they can vote for. So more to come, but our delegation, I just want to say our delegation down at the state capitol has been tremendous in keeping us in the loop. So I just wanted to say that as well. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
Councilor
Do you have any
Bowles.
other- Go ahead. Do you have any other comments, Mr. Lindsay, on any other bills?
Yes, I'm going to let John Preisner give one bill update as well.
Okay.
Good evening. The only update we have is on Senate Concurrent Resolution 20-001, which submits to voters a constitutional amendment to repeal what is commonly known as the Gallagher Amendment. We're monitoring this resolution where it is. We hear that the intent is to pair this bill with residential property tax freeze, seen anywhere from 2 to 3 years, though. That piece of legislation has yet to be introduced. So while the resolution seems likely to pass, we will continue to monitor, and if we need the city and the council to take a position on this, we'll bring it back. But right now, this is just for an update.
Have you seen a draft of that yet?
The resolution is, we have seen it, but not the property tax freeze.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions on legislative items from the council? Seeing none, Mr. Tripp, let's go on to our COVID update.
I'm going to ask Max to kick off and have him handle what are listed as items 1 and 3 first, because I think they're items that, especially 3, could take a little bit longer time, and we want to make sure and get that in tonight. Go ahead, Max.
Good evening again. Very quickly on an EOC report, I think I can make this very brief. The Westminster case information has not changed greatly over the last week. It has grown by 32 total cases to a total of 424. That is not a large shift in the number of cases during that period. I guess we'll see what happens going forward with increased testing. Secondly, just to highlight something that was in today's SITREP report, and we've talked about it a couple of times earlier this evening. Total expenditures tracked so far through the Emergency Operations Center. Again, only minor changes over the past week. And we reported last week about 350,000 in expenditures. This week it's at 360,000. So a fairly minor change. And in this situation report you received today, there is some specific information in there about some portions of that are likely to be funded through grants. And as we've said before, there is also the probability of FEMA public assistance in there, as well as some of that being eligible for CARES funding, as we've reported before. Lastly, on facility reopenings, the change since we spoke last Monday on the same topic, Gulf has expanded some services to include the restaurant portion as well as the pro shop at both courses under, again, some strict rules, but those changes went into effect today. And under review this week and yet to be approved through the city manager's office will be the reopening plan for the first limited activities at Stanley Lake. More to come on that. That is still undergoing review before it's submitted for an approval. That's all I have to share with you for this evening from an EOC perspective, unless you have any questions on that item.
Any questions? Mr. Seymour, go ahead. Rich, you're muted.
Thank you. The big question in our neighborhood is when playgrounds will be opened.
I'm not sure as an express portion of the outdoor recreation as far as playgrounds is concerned, but I know that in the, maybe city attorney could help me out here as well. In the amended public health orders, it does permit the use of playgrounds under certain restrictions. Am I missing anything, Dave, on that answer?
Hold on. This is City Attorney Dave Frankel. Let me just pull up the most recent comparison, which compares the Fifth and Sixth Amendment amended orders. On Saturday, the CDPHE issued a Sixth Amended order. So in order to keep track of these, we are fortunate enough to have red line comparisons between the documents. So if I could just have one moment, I'll find playground specific. So under the newest order, effective June 4th, which was Friday, playgrounds would be permissible for use of no more than, at that point, 10 people at a time, but as of Saturday, that actually changed to 25 people at a time. So the number of people who could be located at a playground and other outdoor sports facilities did go up, but there are still provisions in the order which address social distancing and cleaning of frequently touched surfaces, shared objects, and bathrooms. So we would look to Parks, Rec, and Libraries as for the current state of the plan for the cleaning of frequently touched surfaces within playgrounds. In one moment.
Mr. Frankel, while you're looking at that, that may be CDPHE's change, but has either county adopted those changes?
I'm not aware of a specific county public health order that takes a more restrictive position to the state's newest order. So we would need to research that to ascertain whether the Jefferson County Public Health Department or the Tri-County Health Department has intended to regulate the use of playgrounds in a more restrictive way. But at this point, pursuant to the state's orders, it does appear that we could move toward reopening of playgrounds, but we would need to be planning for social distancing and cleaning protocols to ensure that the users were kept safe.
And Councilor Seymour, Jason Gank, Park Recs and Library Director, is also on the line to speak specifically to their intent and plan for the playground aspects of the parks.
Thank you, Councilor Seymour, for that question. Appreciate it. And we know how important our playgrounds are in Westminster, and we operate many of them. Staff is in the process of finalizing the initial submittal for review of a number of reopening facilities, and one of them is playgrounds. The change to the expanded capacity from the direction of public health was very recent, and what we are working on right now is to make sure that we can sustain the operations that are recommended from public health on the cleaning of those facilities. So that will be one that'll be in the process of being submitted for internal review. I would imagine by the end of this week, and then going through those processes to make sure we could move forward in a manner in a safe manner that's consistent with public health orders. So again, moving forward internally for our review this week.
Thank you. I appreciate that update very much.
All right, Mr. Kirschbaum, you have the floor, I believe, still on item 3.
Yes, Mayor. For item number 3, during last week's study session discussion about the first reading of the 2021 water and sewer rate recommendations, there was also extensive discussion about help that could be offered immediately in 2020. It is our understanding at the At the end of the evening last week, our direction was to look at more specifically how CARES funding could be used as an assistance tool right now in 2020. Interdepartmentally, we have taken a look at what is possible within the CARES funding, and we would offer the following key points for a program for 2020 assistance. First, that it be needs-based and obviously related to COVID in order for the CARES funding to apply as a grant. Secondly, similar to the program that we initiated earlier in the pandemic for those who could file an application for assistance if they lost their job. This would also have a simple online application, either where the applicant could either upload a document and some form of COVID-related impact, such as proof of unemployment, an application for unemployment, proof of job loss or of a furlough, or something of that nature, that would be an acceptable form of rapid review and proof, and that it could be anyone from the household, not just the person in whose name the utility account is listed. And for those who do not have access to computer resources to do an online application and upload a document, we would also offer the opportunity to send a paper application for that purpose. Once the application and the documentation is received, that a $50 could be provided to the customer. Some details still to be worked out as to the actual detail for how that $50 would be provided to the applicant, to the customer. In total, we would recommend starting with a base amount for this program at $100,000, and then monitor that activity and report back to you how that is progressing and how it is being used, and then be prepared to take additional steps if they're warranted based on this base amount to start. Those would be the key points to the program that we would recommend using the CARES dollars provided by the two counties.
Max, help me in making sure I understand, but they still have to meet all the requirement of the CARES dollars that we get from either county to be able to identify and prove that those needs are based upon COVID impacts. Is that correct?
Yes, we say that's why the first point that I tried to emphasize is that it not only be needs-based, but that it is related to COVID. In other words, a job loss, a furlough, a cut in hours, or maybe already an application for unemployment that has been filed. All of those would be acceptable forms of proof related to hardship related to the pandemic.
All right, so from your question, I'm understanding you're asking for council support on establishing this fund of up to 100,000 to start with?
Yes, if council is agreeable to this proposal, we would begin the implementation steps similar to the program that we offered for those who have been experienced a job loss. If I could pause there for just a second and ask Larry Dorr to step in and help me with the actual action that may be required of council.
All right, Mr. Dorr.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kirschbaum. Thank you, Mayor Atchison. Yes, because the individual disbursements would be of a small threshold, there wouldn't be any additional formal council action necessary, such as a resolution or an ordinance. So if it is the consensus of council for Mr. Kirschbaum to move forward, then we would be able to do that under our people and programs serving people guiding principle and under the appropriations that you've authorized earlier tonight, Mayor.
Okay. Have any comments back from council in regards to the request from staff to look at the moving forward with a program that would allow up to $100,000 in this, provided the applicants can meet the threshold of identifying and ascertaining that they are truly impacted by COVID. Mr. Voles and then Mr. Seymour. Or I may have already covered those two.
I think, yeah, I think I spoke earlier, so I think I'm fine. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Mr. DeMott, I think I'm actually down to you based upon the time frame.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I'm supportive of what they're proposing.
All right, Ms. Seitz.
I also just simply wanted to say that I was supportive of this approach.
All right, so let me poll the council real quick. Is there anyone in the council who is opposed to having staff move forward to get this set up so we can try to help those in need as soon as possible?
No, Mayor, I should have said earlier, I guess I did make a mistake. I wholeheartedly support this. So I am in full agreement with what staff presented and want to support it. Thank you.
I see no one asking to speak, or no one has indicated an objection to this. So Mr. Dorr and Mr. Kirschbaum, let's get this thing set up as soon as possible.
Understood, Mr. Mayor.
All right, is there any other comments from you, Mr. Kirschbaum, on either items 1 or 3?
No, that's all I have for this evening. Thank you.
All right. We still have 2 items left. I'm going to turn to the council. I doubt if we'll get this done in 9 minutes or less. So at this time, if I could get another motion for another extension and just take another 30 minutes on the extension, that would be helpful. Mr. DeMott.
Mr. Mayor, I would move to extend to 11:30, please.
All right, Ms. Seitz.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second for another 30-minute extension carrying us to 11:30. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let's move on. Mr. Tripp, we're back to item 2 of the COVID items.
Yes, John Hall, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is John Hall, Economic Development Director with the city. It's good to be here tonight. I won't go on very long, but I do want to provide an update on some of our economic recovery activities. The first thing I'd like to do is lay down a couple of markers about where we are in the economic recovery process. Today, the National Bureau of Economic Research labeled our current status as in recession and identified February as the month that we went into recession. It's quite a remarkable finding. That is a recession beginning after 128 months of economic expansion, the longest expansion in US history. Also noteworthy is that on Friday, the Bureau of Labor Statistics released their employment figures, and those numbers showed an increase of 2.5 million jobs during the month of May, lowering the unemployment rate to 13.3%. There was a little bit of controversy among economists over exactly how that number was counted, but what I would point out is that An increase makes sense given that there was reopening taking place in a number of states across the U.S. An increase in the number of jobs makes sense. But I would also hasten to point out that 2.5 million jobs is 1/10 of the jobs that were lost since the middle of March. So our situation is still in many ways somewhat dire. Locally, if you look at some local numbers, at the end of December of last year, the unemployment rate in Adams County was 2.5%, and in Jefferson County it was 2.2%. The end of April, the unemployment rate in Adams County had risen to 12.4%, and in Jefferson County, 11.9%. That was at the end of April. So we expect that that unemployment number has crept up. All of that argues for a continued aggressive approach on our part to pursue economic recovery programs, and we are doing so, and I'd like to update you on the status of some of those programs. The first one that you are most familiar with is the Westy Rise Business Grant Program. That program is now closed. We've approved a total of 321 applications totaling $1.34 million. The average award amount was $4,200, and that represented 1,937 jobs retained. 94% of the firms receiving assistance had 20 employees or less. Picking up on our conversation from last week, Council provided direction based on staff recommendation to pursue reconsideration of firms, some firms that had previously not been in good standing with the city. There were 77 of those businesses. As of today, 36 of those businesses were able to remedy their good standing status by Friday the 5th. So an additional $149,000 was awarded to these 36 businesses. The second program that I'd like to mention to you tonight that will be launched next week is the Small Business Stabilization Program. The city is contributing $371,000 in partnership with Adams County, who will be the administrator of the program. That provides short-term working capital assistance to small businesses to enable job creation, and that provides for grants of up to $35,000. Also launching next week is our tenant-based rental assistance program. City's contribution of $541,000, and as the program title indicates, it is rental assistance, and that program is being administered in partnership with Adams County, Maker Housing Partners, and the Brighton Housing Authority. In addition to those programs, you're all aware that we distributed something in the order of 16,000 face coverings to 105 businesses last week, in addition to a number of face coverings that were provided to Growing Home for distribution. In conjunction with the Westminster Chamber, the Shop Local campaign was launched on June 5th. The city provided $3,500 of support and is participating in joint marketing of that program. Also, in connection with the Chamber, last Thursday, I participated in a Chamber live stream with my counterparts from Adams County and from the Jefferson Economic Council to make sure that we continue to get out the word about challenges that businesses are facing related to COVID and the assistance that we can provide. We also, as we discussed last week, City Manager Tripp had approved through an emergency directive the adoption of regulations that would provide for outdoor dining, also known as temporary expanded food and beverage service areas. To date, we've had 17 applications and 7 of those have already been approved. Finally, Finally, we are making a concerted effort to engage in local data collection so that we can better design our programs and report out to you the effectiveness of our programs. And we look forward to continuing to assist the business community. We will be and are designing new programs for funding through the CARES Act monies that we have received. We anticipate a restaurant-focused assistance program to be funded in the near future and for us to be moving forward as quickly as possible. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that council might have on any of those programs or issues. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, are you there?
I'm back. Mr. Voles, you're up.
Okay.
All right. Can you hear me? I hope okay. Thank you, Mr. Hall. Thank you for that presentation. I had the opportunity last week when you did a portion of that presentation at the Westminster Chamber Economic Development Forum. And I think it's just such a tremendous summation of all the stuff that's happening here in the city, and the economic development team should be commended for all of that work. It's a lot of great work to help our residents, and I just want to thank you for that. And the summation, I would love to have that some point in talking points when I'm talking to residents about everything we're doing. Sometimes I forget a piece of it. Your point right there, the points you made, I'm sorry, is was a really excellent summation of talking points that demonstrate the great efforts this city has achieved, all of us working together as a team to help our businesses and our residents. So thank you for that.
Ms. Sipes?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director Hall. Similar to Councilor Voles, wanted to say thank you, and also similar to Voles, wanted to ask, is there, and I apologize if it was just received in our last COVID-19 email, but could we get a brief summary? I know that you most likely have this all encapsulated on your economic development website, but it might be nice for council to have it to quickly forward to business owners. I appreciate all of your efforts, how closely you're analyzing trends and opportunities to assist in Westminster, and just seemingly there is no limit to your innovation when it comes to trying to assist our local businesses. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Seitz and Councilor Volz. And yes, what you're going to be seeing moving forward is the integration of economic recovery information, such as I just reported, into and along with the information that Director Kirschbaum reports on a regular basis with respect to emergency operations status, and also expect that Deputy City Manager Larry Dorr will be providing for a lot of our CARES Act work. So look forward to receiving written summaries of information on a more regular basis as we move forward.
Mr. Mayor, can I just say, I just want to say thank you all for all of your work. That's a good point, Mr. Dorr and Mr. Kirschbaum and everyone, and I look forward to that. Thank you.
Any other comments from council in regards to Mr. Hall's report? Before we move on to the next, I just want to update. This is some information I shared with on the chamber call, which was, yes, many hours ago, but it was still this morning. I had received a call from the ownership of the promenade over the weekend that indicated that they had received a notice of surrender of the lease space at the promenade for the Rock Bottom Restaurant. I believe we've also heard now that that is true also of the Rock Bottom at the Orchard, and looks like this is a nationwide issue that the Rock Bottom has chosen not to reopen. Well, some good news that we did hear, again, trying to catch up over the weekend, is that there's a very high level of confidence that AMC will remain at the promenade, and that we have seen the initial list of cuts of stores under the JCPenney brand. And even though some in Westminster are safe, others in the state did receive some cuts or closures, and some of those closeout sales will be starting here in the next couple of weeks. But we were very fortunate on the list that I saw that Westminster was not on the list of those closing, and we're very appreciative of being able to hang on to JCPenney, our downtown. They've been an anchor there since the very beginning. We are probably going to continue to see some movement in this. Unfortunately, we will not know closures until we don't get tax reports. I think many businesses are still trying to make that decision if they're going to continue on or if they're going to open back up at all. And this is probably more so in our restaurant areas of how much they can stand at being at minimal capacity for some period of time. Mr. DeMott, you had a question or a comment?
Just a question, Mr. Mayor. During your speech today, there was a question about the Walmarts, and I shared that I heard Walmarts because of the civil unrest, and I don't know if there's other businesses that they were closing any store within a 20-mile radius of a city that had any kind of, I don't know if it was protests or violence or what their determination, but it was around main cities, that they would close at 5 o'clock. And I've seen that to be true in the stores in the city of Westminster. And I'm just curious if staff has any kind of information on those types of closures, or if we have any list of those and how long that might last.
Mr. Hall, that's probably a good address to you.
Councilor DeMott, we don't have any unique or inside information other than what you've probably read in the popular press. We have seen some major chains in certain locations articulate either limited hours or temporary store closures in response to some of the activities going on in some cities and metropolitan areas. Not seen that happen locally, and I don't have specific information.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious if maybe we did, because I've seen the question, and I, like you said, I have some information either from people that I know that work for certain of those retailers, and then the rest I've heard in popular press, so I didn't know if we had any line on it.
Any other questions for Mr. Hall? All right, let's go to item 4. Mr. Tripp, who do you want presenting this?
Our city clerk, would you take this over, Michelle?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, City Manager Tripp. Council, we are coming back to you this evening to discuss live public comment for a couple of reasons. First and foremost, when we first went to virtual meetings, we were unaware of how long we would be conducting virtual meetings, and that shaped some of the policies and procedures and protocols that we put into place early on. We also returned to you in early April anticipating potential future public hearings, and working with our city attorney's office and various other members of staff, we had identified at that time that it was important to put into place a mechanism that fosters a good public record of any quasi-judicial hearing. And part of that formula includes the ability for the public to react and interact with the council live as they're getting information from both staff and applicants. Now that we have moved a little bit farther into this virtual meeting environment, we're coming back to let you know that we have had requests from a couple of members of the public for the ability to interact with council live to give public comment. As you know, currently, we have noticed all of our meetings to submit public comment in writing prior to the meeting. There's been very little engagement with the public with that process. And unless council has a desire to discuss this or has further questions, it's our intent to offer both of the other methods of communication with council at our next city council meeting on June 22nd. Those other two would include, and just to be clear, we would continue to allow people to submit written comments in advance at our public comment at citywestminster.us email box. But we would also be expanding into the voicemail, the pre-recorded voicemail that we could play back during public comment, as well as a virtual sign-up sheet through the city clerk's office, in which we would then work with the resident who wishes to speak to get them signed into the meeting and give them permission to speak during that particular item. And if there is any kind of discussion, or if you have any questions about that process, I'm happy to answer any of those questions at this time.
All right, Ms. Scully, you had a question.
I don't have a question, I have a comment. And Ms. Parker, I think this is an excellent idea. I have also heard from residents with concern about the public comment. And so I very much appreciate this, you bringing this forward and asking us. I would totally support this.
Thank you.
Other comments from council? Mr. Demont.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just curious, you know, where we're at as far as maybe going back to live meetings now that things like gyms are starting to open. And I know this is an ongoing thing because you have all the different regulations that we have to adhere to. But are we starting to at least look at some sort of plan where at least maybe council could meet and maybe dial in staff? I feel like these meetings are a lot different than our typical live meetings, and I know safety is the priority one, but I'm just curious where we are with potential live meetings again.
So we have been looking into this, and there are a couple of groups who are focusing specifically on the phased reopening of City Hall, and there's a subgroup that is looking specifically at the possible phased reopening, if you will, of live city council meetings, which could look very differently. We are looking at the possibility of having them in City Hall in the chambers. We're also investigating looking at some of our larger facilities, for example, the community room at City Park Rec Center, and what type of investments we would need to make in order to make those live, give us audio capabilities and live streaming capabilities. We don't have a concrete date for that, but please know staff is working daily on investigating ways that we can make that happen again.
Great, I appreciate that. Really just kind of crossed my mind today as I was able to finally go back to the gym, which was a nice thing, but you know, things are obviously loosening up to allow those kind of activities. And people to congregate in bigger groups, I guess is the point. But I am supportive of this, though. I think that all of us have spoken a desire to have as much public access to be able to participate in our meetings as quickly as possible. So I appreciate your continued work on it, and I'm very supportive of it.
Other comments from council? I'm sure, Ms. Parker, that we'll have a process that would be able to help, because it's treated very differently as citizen comments versus public comments during land use or other type of hearings, and how we're going to set that up so that you have the control of being able to let people come in, speak for their allotted time, depending upon what that hearing is about. Very much difference on the citizen comment being the 5-minute limit versus the public comments when we have land use type hearings, but also being able to be sure that you can control that. So if we have a problem with someone on the piece, that we're able to curtail that if it gets to be an interruption, but we also have to follow the process, as Mr. Frankel will be quick to remind us that once we start, we have to be able to let them finish their comments as long as it doesn't become disruptive or they don't violate the process. So once that's very comfortable in your sight that we've got a sound process to be able to do that, I think one of the things you and I have talked about is no matter what we do, we still have the mandatory requirement that all these meetings have to be taped for future use. And there's not many places that we have other than the chambers at City Hall. And we know we don't have that capability any of the facilities outside of City Hall. So that social distancing that we're all trying to adhere to right now, that distancing would not be available at the dais. And we would end up with probably some members of council sitting in the audience areas. Some of the things we'd have to work through as you're planning your process.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor. We have been contemplating what spacing might look like. We've been contemplating ways that we could potentially control ingress and egress in order to adhere to the limits of the number of attendees that you, or the number of gatherings rather, that you can have at any given time. So we are absolutely taking all that into consideration and trying to use the latest information that we're getting in terms of direction from executive orders and from the county health departments to continue to guide us as we continue to plan for the eventual phasing in of live city council meetings. And just very quickly, regarding your questions in terms of the process, we have a written process for the public comment. It is going to be pretty much identical to what we will be doing for any kind of public hearings for land use matters or any quasi-judicial matters. We feel confident at this point that we will have adequate controls, and at no point will we be allowing public comment with cameras. And I apologize, I didn't make that clear at the beginning. This will be strictly audio. Any member of the public who wishes to sign up for our virtual public comment list will be given the opportunity to speak to council live during the meeting. They won't be able to share their camera or show images or anything of that nature. So we will try and keep it as controlled as possible moving forward.
Okay. I think the desire of the entire council at this point is to allow public comment when we are set up and we're ready for it. Is there any council member who has any concerns about the staff continuing to investigate this and bringing this forward at the earliest opportunity to allow for public input? All right, Ms. Parker, let's see what we can make this thing do.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Tripp, does that end up all the stuff you have for COVID updates?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it does. Thank you.
All right. The time is approximately 11:17. There being no other business before the council tonight, we are adjourned. We wish you all a good night. And for those of you who are planning to be at the event for the autonomous vehicle tomorrow, remember this is not open to the public and that the social distancing mask requirements will all be in place. We'll see those of you who are attending tomorrow morning.
Good night.
Thank you and good night.